All right.
Mm-hmm.
My sound waves look very... There we go.
Sound waves.
My sound waves are tiny. Here we go. We're going.
We'll fix those sound waves.
We're all right. I just always... The microphone says I speak lower. I speak. Speaking. Hello.
We are speaking.
You know, this roundabout in the live is also a really good way to make sure we don't get demonetized.
Mm-hmm. Well, listen, this is what I was talking about. It'd be good if, like, we actually start the stream a little bit early. Just play some bed music. Just let people know, and then, you know, we can skip a few things.
Mm-hmm. I know some places that do that. Technically, YouTube does the, like, waiting for stuff, but I know lots of places, hell, FGO does that. They always, you know, play gentle music before the stream is actually ready to go as they do their final checkup.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, everybody, though. Welcome to the What's Up. It is live this week.
Well, technically, the What's Up is live every week. It's just today's on a Friday.
Yes. You're live on Friday this week. We were, in fact, live on Friday last week. Not Friday, Saturday. It's because YouTube... No, actually, I know exactly why. It's because YouTube gave me another audio bitrate alert, and I was like, what? Don't bamboozle me, YouTube, with your alerts. I'm trying to speak publicly here, okay? It's like getting a pop-up ad in my speech notes. But no, to recap, we were actually... Well, not we. Me was live Saturday for a little bit. If you didn't see that, that's because for some unknown reason, YouTube gave that the yellow dollar sign, the limited or no ads, like right away. And apparently I couldn't rustle up a YouTube intern over the weekend. So that did not get fixed until the weekday, the work week. Which usually means that you get no friggin' views and no recommendations because YouTube does not recommend people to watch videos they can't monetize.
Funny how that works.
Yeah, weird.
Did you ever figure out what caused the limited?
Oh, no, yeah, I didn't get an alert for what it was. It just was demonetized and then got fixed. I don't know, it could be a bug. By the way, guys, let us know if we're mute right now. Because YouTube keeps yelling about the audio. So I hope to God you would tell us if you don't hear anything but Final Fantasy XIV right now.
We should.
We're on low latency, so we'll wait. Exit. Okay.
That's fine. By the way, Axe, since you keep mentioning it, happy birthday.
Yes. Happy birthday, X. Part of the StudiOmega Extended Universe.
Mm-hmm. The EU.
You may hear Axe on such videos as Progression and as our Star Wars APs, and also because I just killed time by... I chatted to the chat for like half an hour.
Mm-hmm.
But the rest of it I spent, you know, just testing some decks with some real people. So Axe was there, Dallas was there. But,
not much of the game? Let me boost the game a little bit then. Well, actually, no. That actually might be because I might have the game actually turned down. Hang on, let me check that real quick here. While everyone fights around me. Yeah, you know what? Let's just boost that master volume. There we go.
But yeah, so if you didn't see it, it did exist. I did actually do it. I talked about a couple of things which we may or may not talk about again today. Now that Lucky is here, Lucky was deep in the Endwalker hole.
I'm still in the Endwalker hole, but I've reached a point where I'm not panicking about it.
So, we've come up with the beautiful title and thumbnail today. Now, if you're wondering, why the fuck, I can say that because we're 4 minutes in, why the flunk are we live on a Friday night? Well, I'll tell you. Well, one, I've already told you, technically, and Lucky's told you, because Lucky wrote a community post and I wrote a tweet about it. If you don't follow us on Twitter or pay attention to our YouTube community tab, and you watch this show, what are you doing? Come on. You're already in for the extra hours. Follow us on check our community tab. But if you don't know, or if for some reason you're watching this in a later date and you're wondering why the hell we're talking about Friday. So, for once, FGOJP is going to have a stream at a reasonable, yes, I did the scare quotes, hour. Oh, hey, it's a security scorpion.
Mm-hmm.
Is this new?
No, this is old content. For everyone wondering, I'm gonna try and avoid actual Endwalker content so people do not get spoiled.
Okay.
So...
thank you very much for that very red super chat, Ferris.
Jesus, Ferris. Thank you.
We greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much for your support during the holidays. Guys, you know how it be. You're busy. But yeah, so FGOJP is going to have a stream at a quote-unquote reasonable hour of 2:30 in the morning. So sometimes when this sort of thing happens, we're like, usually it's like 5 a.m. for me.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, I'm not fucking staying up for like an hour of stream nonsense at 5 a.m., right?
Right.
If I am awake, I am trying to not be awake at 5 a.m. So we will either try and skip it or sometimes we'll switch days. But in this case, it's early enough that we will be able to both be there and actually watch it, possibly camp in a VC and yell at people to shut the fuck up.
We do that a lot, yes.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be slightly less than normal because we won't be able to understand half of what they're saying anyway because it'll be in Japanese. But, you know, there'll be a little bit of shouting, shut the fuck up. So rather than get scooped by like literal hours, you know, start recording the show probably about now, go for 3 or 4 hours, right?
Right.
We decided to, because we've only got a couple more shows left in the year, because I've said that New Year's weekend I am blocked out. I have family obligations. It's, you know, it's been a few years with the thing. But the darn Backstreet Boys keep touring. So we decided, Lucky was like, hey, should we wait on the stream news? And I'm like, yeah, we should make our last couple shows really good for the year, you know, round out well.
Do a good job.
Earn our big boy YouTube numbers they've sent me. By the way, I did the math on that. It's friggin' obscene how many minutes you guys watch it. I think it's like 7 years.
Jeez.
If you translate all of our watch time in minutes to years, it's like 7 years of us in a year. Thanks so much, guys. But so we've decided to go that far, do that thing, do better, and go farther. And we'll be recording early because I don't have anything to do on Saturday, and I'll just, you know, instead of lounging around, I'll get my ass out of bed and, you know, eat breakfast earlier and stuff. Figure lunch we got laying around, but I'll work on something, and we'll record earlier in the afternoon, which we can do because it is a weekend, and Lucky does not have to work. Like a wage slave. So we should hopefully still be able to get that news to you relatively fast, but we just didn't want to be scooped. No, we are not doing live this week. We're just going to record early and out there in a timely manner. I don't know if we'll be doing it live from like Christmas Eve. Probably not. We'll still be, I mean, assuming we're not too busy, we can probably show up for a couple of hours Christmas Day. Like I said, I don't have any extended family plans on Christmas Day, which I believe is a Saturday. So I do not know if there will be Christmas What's Up or not. That's really up to where Lucky is at in the afternoon, because he usually runs these into the streams.
Oh, Christmas for me, I'm probably not going to be doing much. I'll probably have my morning blocked out, but that's probably it.
Yeah, basically same. Like, when I get up, we'll open presents, we'll celebrate. But like I said, my big family thing is the following weekend. That's when I will not be, because there will be like. I wanted to say a number, but then I realized that I would have to count if I didn't want to lowball that number. There'll be a lot of extra people in my. So, my relative, close relation, my brothers and sisters and their kids. So
many people.
Yeah, I would like to reiterate, this is a fact that shocks some people. I'm the youngest of 5. No, that's split up between my family like to make the yours, mine, and ours joke, which is the classic movie film. But that's basically what my family situation is. So yeah, there's a hecking lot of us when we get together, which is why I will not be free that weekend. But here we are. We are in the What's Up. We are live.
Yay!
8 o'clock at night. It is not live. How you doing, chat?
Oh God, I hate it when they do that. Yeah, so first order of business, guys. I'm gonna say this right now. We're not gonna talk about FGO. I know there's things that you want to talk about. There's things you want to ask. We're not doing that. That's not what we're here for today. That's for tomorrow.
We already know what our clickbait thumbnail and title is. I'm going to use the words Tiamat in arcade in all capital letters, unless the stream tonight is even more ludicrous.
It could be.
Which it could. I mean, it could be. They're really, really upselling this frickin' Tunguska thing. If you don't know why I say that, either check FGO news in your own time or wait till tomorrow when I record it. Yeah, so... but no, we're not gonna well, I don't know. I don't want to speak for Lucky. I personally know that I have sometimes expressed disappointment with the overly focus on FGO questions while we are streaming about other things. Because, you know, we give you many, many hours of FGO content in our... You can enjoy them. So we will talk about that later. Really quick, even though we've been going for a while, and we've got an intro. I mean, you can talk about Halo, but I can't play Infinite on account of I have a computer that doesn't have the bits you need for that. I'm pretty sure that requires a GPU, and they don't have any of those. They're all out, so...
Thanks, crypto miners.
Yes, I pioneered a new saying in general, or our Discord general earlier together. You've heard of eat the rich. What if eat the crypto? If you see a crypto miner, you should eat him. Or at the very least, eat his GPUs. It's probably more environmentally friendly than what he's doing with them. But yeah, before we go anywhere and we talk about anything, I'm trying to do the friggin' Patreon read. Several patrons in chat. I'm trying to thank you, dang it.
Be
it's been
thanked!
like 10 minutes and we haven't done that yet. I want to remind you that this episode is brought to you by our patrons, which includes, but is not limited to, names like Adam DeHarp, Agio Comics, Aki StudiOmega, Architect 10, Blue G, Carlos, Dragon Ferris, Jerry Vasquez, Jonathan Sandoval, Legendary Boss Hunter, Liam Kessler, Regent Raptor, Rogue Robin, Trevor, Shiny P, some guy named Bob 23, and Baron the Crow. If you like what we do and want us to do more, consider supporting us on Patreon. You can get access to episodes and videos early. You can get access to the audio of this, and lots of other goodies, and it really helps support us. We are coming up on a new year, so if you're waiting for that annual membership, you can just wait a few more weeks and clock us in for a whole year of support.
Yay!
But yeah, so well, we could probably start there. Sadly, we've kind of thank you for your super chat, Carlos. We're just a giant circle jerk of thanking. Allegedly, YouTube, by the way, has a little widget on the dashboard that apparently they're allowing personalized messages for super thanks. So if that is something you guys care about, it's something that YouTube apparently cares about and has cared about enough to inform me.
Very well then. YouTube
has also cared enough about 1 trillion Minecraft views to tell me about that and tell me about my impact on the community, which is none. Zip. Zilch. Thanks for that really weird email, YouTube. But technically that happened this week. So, before we go anywhere, sadly I had another intro, but I think we had a natural intro that worked a lot better than a slightly forced. But we may want to roll back a week, and I said I didn't want to talk in detail about the Video Game Awards without you present, because you would possibly have your own opinions. So we should talk about that now a little bit. I don't know if we got a deep dive. Like, I don't think we need to run over who won what award again.
No, like I said, like overall, like I'm a little sad that Cyberpunk didn't win anything.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm not necessarily not bothered by it, I guess. I'm sad but not bothered. I'm all like, yeah, no, like with the year they had, it's kind of to be expected. Congratulations to It Takes Two for winning Game of the Year. Like, unfortunately, this is one of those things of where like I haven't played it, but apparently I hear it's really good, so that, you know, praise is probably utterly justified. So it's like, cool.
That guy was super happy.
Yeah, he was the guy who said fuck the Oscars, I think, last year. So hey,
yeah,
he's getting out there.
For him, out here winning awards. And then, you know, most games had a decent showing. I think some people were, you know, like, oh, Psychonauts got snubbed. Everyone. But Psychonauts was nominated in a shitload of categories.
Unfortunately, this is the thing is, in any sort of award tournament where when someone's thing does not win, they always think there was some sort of grand conspiracy behind it to
talking about robbed, that's something I think I can agree with. I mean, I don't agree with the people who were like, yo, what the fuck, why is Cyberpunk nominated, not The World's Ends With You? That game sucked. I'm like, you didn't play that game. If you're yelling about Neo The World's Ends With You, you probably didn't play Cyberpunk. Those are completely different games. Now, admittedly, the Game Awards puts them in the same category, but still. I'm going to guess Neo The World Ends With You didn't go on there because, in America anyway, Square Enix absolutely dropped the ball on that marketing.
I'm trying to remember how to play this damn game.
So, yeah. But that, I think, is the best you can say for, like, that is the clearest case I could say for snubbing, is if a game was possibly award-worthy and was not nominated. But, you know, they do have to cut down somehow. They've only got 5 slots. I'm trying to think who won the most awards. I think it was probably Deathloop got the lion's share of awards, but didn't get Game of the Year.
I think it takes 2. Like one, like what? 3, 4?
Yeah, it was 2 or 3.
Because I know Final Fantasy 14 won 2 because they won Best Ongoing Game and Best Community Support.
Yep.
Which was all I wanted. Like I think that was like the only categories they were nominated in too. I remember correctly.
Yeah. Well, that's usually because those require ongoingness. You know. Normally, we extend to games that are new in the year, though occasionally they do like to bust out for, like, games that have a resurgence. I know, like, obviously Among Us won several awards last year, even though it came out, like, 2 years ago. But it was released on different platforms since then, right?
Right.
But, yeah, it's good, though, that 14 well-deservedly won those awards.
We'll talk about that in a little
which has sold too well.
We'll talk about that later.
DJ Khaled suffering from success. But yeah, so there were some good ones. I'm glad, you know, Guardians clicked out a few. I think a lot of people were pleasantly surprised when Nier did actually win Best Soundtrack.
Yoko Taro was not happy.
Well, no, but that's because of Yoko Taro.
Yes.
But that was you know, a question. I know you were rooting for it, and I obviously know that Yoko Taro games have good music. His composer is good. Yoko Taro would like you to forget that, but it doesn't change cold hard facts. But that was still like a really interesting category that had some nominations. Like I said, I thought Guardians was going to take that one easily because of the fact that it had such a strong list. So, kind of glad it went to original. I'm sure some people were, you know, positive that Tales of Arise won Best RPG. Like, in retrospect, it kind of feels like that one won because it was the biggest name that had the most, you know, praise, I guess.
I don't know.
But everything seemed okay. I think my major complaint was, considering that they were still doing the thing where, like, they did pre-show awards, they did 2-for-1 awards, like there were a lot of times when I was like, I bet X is gonna win because they can give it another award. It's in it, right? Mm-hmm. But also they do such lip service awards to, like, esports, like they knock them out all at once, but they still wait until the main show to do it.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I think 3.5 hours was too long.
Like, I don't know. Like, I honestly don't like. I don't think so. Because you say that, but honestly, they did not actually spend a lot of times on the awards. It was, here's our host, here's the awards, here's the winner. Sometimes they'll come down and do a speech, and often enough, they'll actually, you know, give out their other awards at the same time. Like, that's actually, when you think about it, that's a really expedited way of doing it. The rest of the time, they just filled with a bunch of trailers.
I think the show, like, the way it does awards is expedited. It's just, Jeff Keighley has to come out every 5 minutes and be like, yo, I scored another exclusive reveal, and I'm like, okay, Jeff, some of these are bangers, but, like, I was literally starting to run out of steam watching it for 3 hours. Like, I was yawning during the stream, and I was like, ugh, come on, Jeff, you're losing me. Like, I think even with being so expedited, and I like that there's a marketing opportunity for the reveals and stuff, but it's like, it does drag it down a little. But I say that I felt like in a personal opinion way, I felt like it dragged on. Like I said, literally, I was getting tired and yawning. Mm. But I also want to say, I don't necessarily know how you improve that, because it has become the winter tentpole, right? Like, and now it has continuity. It's going on so long that like fucking Jeff brings out the GTFO guy to be like, hey, you announced your open beta, you know, 2 years ago, and now you're going to announce 1.0 right now. Like, I mean, that is good showmanship. There's just too much good showmanship, Jeff. You got to calm down. Can you block out 2 nights? I don't know.
I don't know. Well, like I said, the Video Game Award really is Jeff Keighley's baby. Like, and say what you want about who he has on his boards and whatnot. The man is trying. The man is really trying.
Yeah.
Like, so, like, if he has to like put some bloat in to, you know, promote his hustle, like, I'm not gonna fault him for that.
Yeah, no, like we know this because some of those ad categories are sponsored. They get their names on them. You don't pay attention when those names are read because you give a shit about the awards, but there's still subliminally in there. They're getting those exclusive trailers. I know some people were complaining about like Blizzard Activision being represented, but like you brought this up during the stream, you talked about the board backers who like back the Video Game Awards. Well, guess what? Blizzard Activision is on there, so you can't exactly cut them out. They're part of the organizers. Like, Jeff Keighley can be as personally upset as he wants to be, but he was. You cannot. You can bite the hand that feeds you. You can't bite the wallet that feeds you. You can't eat it. The wallet is necessary, okay? So, like, there's only so much you can do when they literally sign checks and they presumably have business authority. That said, I think every time Jeff Keighley was like, "I think this one's going to surprise you," I'm like, "Will it, Jeff?" And I think that was a solid 3/4. I think that was a 75% hit rate on that.
Oh yeah. Like Alan, like talking about big names like Alan Wake 2.
2 was a big one.
That was a big one. Star Wars Eclipse. I have no idea what that's about, and I'm already in it. I'm just like, yes, give this to me.
Yeah, Eclipse is gonna be a weird one.
Listen, like, I am of the personal opinion, I ain't gonna think much about it until it's actually in my hands, or at least there's 600 reviews out.
Yeah, I mean, I said this way. While Disney is not necessarily the best about not working with problematic issues, whole thing with the Mulan remake where they thank that province where those human rights violations are definitely happening. Awkward. Oof. On the other hand, like, universe-wise, I don't know if it's too weird, but obviously, yes, Quantic and David Cage are kind of embroiled in a thing right now. We'll have to see how it was. Like, at first I was like, oh, he can't possibly be involved with stuff. Like, he's in the shitloads of legal trouble, right? Well, no, then he tweeted after the show that, oh, yeah, he's super excited to be part of this project, and I'm like, ooh, who let you tweet this? Who allowed this to come out? But anyway, it has been, it was earlier today, but it was among many things that have been tweeting.
No, David Cage is still with Quantic Dream, but like I said, I do believe his legal cases are coming up soon, if I remember correctly. I don't remember, though.
Yeah, like, he founded the studio, so yeah. I don't think it's like they can just fire him, but we'll see if, I believe it's the French government he's in trouble with, we'll see if they get him and put him in the Slammer.
Yeah, if they put him to Slammer, well, there will be a change in leadership, but we'll see.
We'll see what happens. So, but on the other hand, like, content-wise, I don't think you need to worry about the game. It's just one of those questions of how much money do people you think are not okay? Well, and there's also the issue of, we in America are a little weird about this. I feel like I'm a slight stickler than some people are, but that's because I have my degree in criminal justice. But, once the court of law settles it, it's settled. No such thing as double jeopardy, So even if he doesn't go to jail, that will, preponderance of evidence didn't prove their case or whatever. People will probably still be mad about that, but we'll see when the game comes out. I'll probably wait for reviews. We don't even know what format the game is.
Yeah,
right
I
now.
know. Like I said, if it turns into a narrative-based, choices game, I'm gonna be a little bit more concerned. But we know nothing about what it is yet, so I'm content to wait until we do find out.
Yeah, I think I weigh in on that. Like, I am concernicus about the situation involving this because that's how things be these days. But I will see what the product is before it comes out.
Right.
Like, while I'm not dying for that Harry Potter video game, because I do not agree with certain things that J.K. Rowling keeps saying on Twitter. At the same time, I'm not going to write it off completely because I'm pretty sure Warner Brothers Games has already paid J.K. her money to get that fat license. So
fat license.
You gotta feel bad for the poor schlubs making the game sometimes. Though somebody brought this up earlier, speaking of legal issues, there was an interesting note I saw the other day, which was that the class action lawsuit against CD Projekt Red may be resolving with a settlement. While that settlement is sizable to normal humans, it's almost $2 million. That is a fraction of the game's $300 million budget. So while that is big money, I have heard several news articles talking about this as perhaps the case wasn't as strong as they thought it would be. So CD Projekt Red has decided they are at some fault and are willing to settle, but the actual amount they're settling for is relatively small compared to their previous expenses.
Well, yeah, because if I remember correctly, this is a lawsuit sent by their investors, right?
I'd have to double check.
I'm pretty sure it's like basically their board and investors all like, hey, we didn't, I'm pretty sure, but basically saying that they were lied to, and I'm pretty sure CD Projekt Red fired back. It's like, you told us we had to get this out before this time, and this is what you got. So yeah, I can definitely see the reason why they were probably all like, yes, but also, yeah.
Yes, it is a conglomeration of 4 different lawsuits brought by shareholders who allege they were misled about the company's financial performance. Since the game's release, their share price has fallen about 54%. The settlement must be approved by the court, but it's a very small amount. The game was a $316 million budget. It has purportedly made $560 million in sales and has only spent around $2.2 million in refunds. So if they're settling for only 1.85 million, that probably means that the amount of misleading is not as much as you'd think.
Yeah, no. I'm pretty sure, CD Projekt Red kept telling the investors, hey, we can't, they probably said, okay, the game is in a deployable state, and then the investors were like, put it out now, we need money, sweet greenbacks.
Well, and who knows, it was mostly an executive decision, but the programmers, the guys actually making the game, knew that it was not complete.
Yeah.
They apparently said that they figured it would need about a year. Which makes sense if you take, right now we're past the year anniversary. Yeah, we're past the 1 year. They tweeted about it. We're a year later, so, if you take that into account with all the bug fixes and patches that the game is now much more playable, that makes sense, right? Mm-hmm. So, yeah, it really did need the extra year of polish. Well, lessons learned, guys. But it's an interesting one. I'm trying to think. There was a couple of good ones. There was that revamped Telltale Star Trek game that might actually be interesting.
I've never been a Star Trek guy, though.
Oh, I know. That's more for me, but I like space.
Space is alright, but I like weird space.
Despite being a huge Star Wars nerd, I definitely come from, a more Trek household. Mother really appreciates a lot of the Trek stuff and watch.
I mean, I will always have a... Star Trek Voyager will always have a special place in my heart, because I think that's probably the only Star Trek series I have watched front to back.
Yeah, Voyager was what was on TV when I was growing up.
Yeah. So. There was showings of, Next Generation and Deep Space Nine.
Yeah, I remember the Next Gen movies, for instance.
Yeah, but I was never really...
And of course, by the time we were growing up, you would see Wrath of Khan on TV, syndication.
Mm-hmm.
Also, other Star Trek movies, but mostly, hey, it's not my birthday yet.
It's Axe's birthday.
It's Axe's birthday today. It's not my birthday for another week, too. Right?
But what was I saying? So Star Trek is a little meh. I hope it goes good because, like I said, it's Telltale. I played quite a few Telltale games. I played the Monkey Island game. I played Wolf Among Us. Played the first season of Walking Dead. No, Tales from the Borderland. A lot of good games, and they definitely got in trouble for a little bit here. So I'm hoping the Star Trek game will give them some clout again.
And I just hope it's good Star Trek content because I know that that's one of those things that's kind of hit or miss these days. I haven't seen it, but I know some people are not really digging the vibe they picked for the Picard series. And I know that not everybody likes the other new TV series, aka Paramount Plus series, because Discovery.
Yes.
I have heard good things, and I've seen a couple episodes of Lower Decks, so it's fine. But it's funny cartoon version. It's made with love, though.
Love.
Another big one that was kind of surprising that they did get the people up on board for it was Space Marine 2.
Yep.
Both expected and unexpected, I think, because Games Workshop is really scattershot with their game dev. Like, I think they're of the opinion that if you have a proposal for a 40K game, they will let you make it. And they make so many of them that if it's bad, they just ignore it.
Just move it right along.
So, yeah. But I don't know if there was any, like, plans. But by all accounts, I've only seen gameplay myself. I've never actually sat down to play it. But by all accounts, like, Space Marine was actually a really good third-person shooter in the 40K universe. You got to do Space Marine things. Well, they're, some people will complain about the fact that it looks like the main character is upgraded to be a Primaris Marine.
Seems like a very specific complaint.
Oh, it's a very specific fanwank thing for
I'm just like, wait a minute. I can explain it to you. You will understand this from a consumer standpoint. Basically, Primaris are newer, better Space Marines. They invented in the lore. They're like upgraded with new technology and implants and stuff, and have new gear that's a little more advanced than the normal stuff Space Marines have. Going a little more futuristic-y than the normal Space Gothic look. Their models are physically larger. They are a little more realistically proportioned than old Space Marine models. And they are predominating new lore characters and release modules. So if you want to play Space Marines, there's a lot of people complaining about having to buy these new models that look different and are supposed to be better in lore. So I'm sure people will yell about that, but that's a grognard. We'll see what happens when that game comes out. I can see myself playing that on stream. That's funny. Unrelated, but I did see gameplay videos for, I didn't even realize it was out, but the 40K first-person shooter Necromunda Hired Gun. That is based on one of Games Workshop's many specialty skirmish games, Necromunda, which is about gangs in a hive city. But I saw some gameplay footage, and it's basically, what I can say is the gameplay is what if Doom was 40K? It's a very high-speed, bloody action game. I will definitely be to pick that up now, probably with my Crimbo money. Crimbo birthday. Big money, no whammies. Because it looks pretty slick. That could also be funny to play on a stream. And just... Lucky can sit there and be confused about the lore, and I... Yes, I would be very confused.
Let's go burr.
I would be very confused, by the way.
But it looks really interesting, so I'm looking... trying to think. Any other, really big surprisey boys? I mean, there was some stuff that was not there. I thought it was cool, but Atlas announced they're updating P4 Arena Ultimax for current gen and releasing it on PC.
I mean, I'll pick it up for I think I have both on my PS3. I think.
Yes, I do as well.
And I think
I'm hoping that if they do a re-release, they're going to include all the DLC characters. Oh.
Yeah. Let's see here. I'm trying to think. Unfortunately, I don't have a list of the game announcements, but...
No, let me see if I can track it.
But there was no Final Fantasy 16 news, so I cried a little bit about that. And there was also no Project Eve news, so I cried a little bit about that, too. No Breath of the Wild 2 news, no Bayonetta 3 news.
No, they did acknowledge it, but no news.
Didn't they show a new trailer for Elden Ring because everyone cannot get off that fucking wagon?
Well, yeah, it's because Elden Ring won the most anticipated game of next year, so they showed a new trailer. So yeah, there's that Halo TV series that's going to be on Paramount Plus.
God, again, I understand you all want the slice of the streaming pie, but Jesus fucking Christ, please consider the people who have to pay for this.
Also, Jesus Christ, Microsoft, really? Paramount Plus? They don't have anything. How much money did they pay you to make back in their streaming service?
And how did they have that much money to spend in the first place? Fuck.
Well, they are the Star Trek guys. God knows how much residual they get for their dumb Spock siren helmets.
I guess that's true.
Gets that joke. Let's see. There was that. I mean, that does look rad. Arc Raiders. That was that weird, like, neon thing. Halo. Trailer. Imagine Dragons performance. Nobody cared about. Resurgence about. Gameplay reveal on A Plague Tale Innocence.
I guess I am interested. Well, no, it was not Innocence. It was the sequel to Innocence.
Yeah, sorry. Requiem is the one.
Requiem. And I will say I am interested in A Plague Tale because it looks dark and brutal as fuck. But not, it gives me suffering while probably making me suffer in gameplay. You know what games I'm talking about. Fun fact, I actually saw an interview. I retweeted this. All y'all who love Dark Souls, guess what? You are a masochist. It's confirmed. That fucking, the developer of the game, he said he's made the game because he's a masochist and made it for masochists. So, there you go. You're outed. I will pull up that fucking tweet.
I love that tweet. I'm so glad you retweeted it. I think I retweeted it as well. But okay.
I'm supposed to be hitting wings of dumb.
I don't know. I mean, this might be interesting given my current new obsessions, but God
damn it! Come on.
They announced that they're gonna, because the movie just came out, they're gonna do a real-time strategy Dune game, Dune Spice Wars. I know that there are some Dune strategy games that are pretty classic, so that might be cool. We got a new Forspoken trailer. I'm already there. We got a new gameplay trailer for Saints Row. It's Saints Row.
Mm-hmm.
They spent a lot of time talking about that Suicide Squad game. PUBG is going free to play because they're trying to be relevant in a world of
Fortnite.
Yeah.
I am doing the samurai moves all wrong because this dragon keeps hitting me. Stop it. All right.
This was deeply disappointing to some of us. They're making a Lord of the Rings Gollum the Untold Story game, which looks like a bad idea. They made Gollum, like, ugly cute for some reason. This sounds like a poor branding move.
I don't know why.
Well, I know why. It's because next year Amazon is launching a Lord of the Rings TV series.
Oh.
Multimedia integration, Lucky. It kind of sucks. Let's see. They had a very lovely, like, full, including a music bit that we adored. The Cuphead DLC has actually got a date. It's coming out.
Yeah.
There was a Sonic 2 movie trailer.
I'm excited about that.
The guy who made Silent Hill is making a new game. He has left Konami to make his own game again called Slitterhead.
It looks very weird.
That looks freaky. Oh, right. That was another good one. I'm so glad I'm checking this list. Remember Nightingale? The like, weird fantasy survival crafting game?
Oh, yeah.
That was rad. That looked rad.
That looks rad. I'm also a little have a little bit of trepidation around it.
We'll see. It says it's getting early access to PC next, so the coming year.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how the reaction is. I mean, I like its aesthetic. We'll see if it's any interesting. We love, crafty, explory games and surviving. So we'll see. I made a joke that I'm gonna be out in the woods hunting green men, and Lucky's gonna be yelling at people for fucking up his saloon.
Yeah.
Running around with a double-barreled space shotgun, firing at people wildly, and I'm just gonna care. I'm in the woods. I'm surviving. This is where they announced the Final Fantasy VII Remake coming to PC. That caused its own kerfuffles. First of all, PC Master Race was incensed that they also have to pay $70 for a game. Now, with the news that apparently the port is not super great, I have heard that it's a little clunky. It's not running well. I can understand that, yes, retroactively, 70 might be a big ask. But also, guys, suck it the fuck up. And also, you pay more for that. Guys, also, I own Stellaris. I own almost all the DLC for Stellaris. Do you know how much that's worth?
That reminds me, I gotta pick
Listen,
up...
I've been adding a shitload of games to my wish list, including some DLCs. Well, PC games are fucking expensive.
Listen, do you know why the port is borked? Because guess what? Square Enix knows that if they just throw it on there, the modders will just fucking make their own mods for free to fix it, and they don't have to do shit.
Also true. That is the other thing about PC releases.
Because I guarantee you, people haven't even started playing the game before they started digging into files and figuring out things to mod.
Yeah.
So, suck it up, Cupcakes. That's your community. Deal with it.
Yeah. Let's see. There was just more stuff about Horizon Forbidden West.
Meh. I mean, I'm excited, but they're gonna keep trying to sell me on it. I'm like, please stop.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll talk about it later because I can talk about how I've been actually working on completing Horizon Zero Dawn. I am actually working on beating that game now. I have some hopes. I have some firm hopes and dreams for the sequel, Lucky.
Oh.
Number one, please put more healing herbs more places. I like the mechanic. I like pre-stocking, but if you make me do an entire fucking fortress crawler bandit camp, guys, I run out of HP in the first fight when stealth inevitably fails because I can't be that stealthy.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing. Apparently, there's already a mod to keep Cloud dressed the entire game.
Of course
Of course there is.
No. Lucky's running the stream sloth. He's gonna Queuewalk. I will talk about Surviving Mars later, but right now we're trying to wrap up our.
Listen,
blah, blah, blah.
Fun fact: if I had gotten okay, I'll let you guys in a little bit of a secret. I'm cheating. I used the script to make sure I'd stay logged in, so I wouldn't be stuck in a queue. But if I had gotten kicked out for whatever reason, this screen would have just been me at the fucking queue as we talk.
Perfect.
But
let's see. There was that surprise announcement of the Wonder Woman game that told us nothing.
Yeah.
No, there was a model and literally nothing else. No consoles, no release date, no nothing. I'm a little weirded out by that because the last Wonder Woman movie didn't do super good, but fucking whatever. Tall Vampire Lady won Best Performance.
I don't mean to be that guy, but I think it's just because there was a lot of dudes horny on main. But
yeah.
Again, but I can't really say one way or
another.
Hey,
I mean, that woman is living her Tall Vampire Lady best life, so...
I mean, she is actually a tall lady. Jesus. She was literally like a head and a half above, like, her other... the person...
Well, that's because she was also... I mean, that was with the devs she was with, but she was also on stage with, like, Laura Bailey and Ashley Johnson. Which reminds me, I need to double-check the Critical Role stream for that week. Did they pre-record that or what? Because they do that Thursdays, so... And I know for several years in a row, Laura Bailey has had to go to the Video Game Awards for, Laura Bailey reason, and has popped back in her evening wear to play D&D with her friends.
That sounds... I wish I could have those kind of problems.
Laura Bailey's... Two we already talked about. It was fucking sick. I loved it. It will be available 2023 for PS5. It's good. We got that gameplay for Hellblade 2. And I will say, Jeff Keighley didn't sell that one slow. He was like, this is, really super cinematic. And I'm like, you're right. It is a very seamless transition from, whatchamacallit, gameplay to not gameplay. Like, that's very nice. It's pretty good. Best indie game and best debut game was won by Kena Bridge of Spirits.
Mm-hmm.
Good on you guys.
Good job.
Best audio design went to Forza, which was a little weird, but whatever.
Like I said, they must have had the most realistic vroom vrooms.
Yeah, I know. I mean, if you're a car head, it makes sense. But Ultimax Arena got there. That was cool.
Hang on.
PC, PS4, and Switch.
Aresh is listening to me. Yeah, Aresh, what are you yelling about? I can't type because I'm trying to sort here.
There was that trailer for Planet of Lana?
Planet of Lana.
That was the cute robot running game.
Oh yeah, that's right. Where everyone thought that the pet was the little robot horse, and we were all like, yeah, robot horse. And then it died, and we're like, no, robot horse.
Yeah. There's some more Babylon's Fall stuff. Whatever, it's a platinum action game with multiplayer. We'll play it. There was that gameplay trailer for Evil West.
I remember Evil West is wasn't it? It's like it's not. It was. It's not. Army of Darkness, but it was something in that vein or something.
A lot of people were comparing it to Deadlands.
Deadlands, that's what it was.
A very classic Weird West tabletop RPG.
Ah, Weird West, that's a genre.
Yeah. Due for 2022 release, it is a third-person action stuff. There's also that Have a Nice Death, that adorable little 2D death game that's apparently a roguelite. Homeworld 3 got an announcement. That's pretty interesting. I know.
I've never played any of the Homeworlds, actually. I forgot. Is that a 4X or is that an RTS?
That's a good question. I think it's an RTS.
If it's an RTS, I might check it out. Listen, I have Solaris and I have Civ. I don't need any more 4Xs, y'all. I don't.
Yeah.
That reminds me, though. I do need to probably get back into Stars and get that DLC because Shark Space Shanties are living rent-free in my head forever.
Windy weather, boy, stormy.
Yeah.
The wind blows and we're all together. Yes, I listened to the extended version a lot.
Me too.
There's a 10-hour loop out there too.
I like how Paradox put them both up. They're like, "You guys like this shit? Well, here you go." And just like,
well, on the trailer, people were yelling about it, and then like the #1 voted comment I saw had a reply from Paradox, and it's like, "Yeah, we need a full version of this." And they're like, "Got it. Here it is. Sing away. Sing along version." Yeah. Also, apparently the aquatics, the species packs are usually pretty interesting. Apparently the aquatics one does actually give you, like, some interesting new start options. One of them is the Here Be Dragons. That is the thing they talk about, the space dragon.
Oh, wow.
Like, you get a space dragon in your home system, and you can, like, make it your friend or your enemy.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Nani? I'm gonna have to reinstall Stellaris.
They also have a new version of the Colossus Planet Killer weapons. It's a flooding device. It converts the target planet into an oceanic world.
Well, considering I'm pretty sure these aquatic species like oceanic worlds, that's probably super useful.
Yeah, I have also seen one of the possible skins is just a floating octopus race. That would be the most horrifying. So I'm interested in that one. I do also. I think the only ones I don't own are Necroids, Aquatics, and the brand new Nemesis.
I'll have to check. I'll have to check my.
I have individually wishlisted all the DLC, so whenever that balloon goes up, I'm gonna know. We never tried multiplayer. We should do that sometime.
That's true.
I do think I need to play another Stellaris game as well. I haven't even gotten to some of the like higher end content. I bought for myself and also was gifted by fans and other thing. The various DLCs. There's a lot. Which is, by the way, why I'm saying, like, yo, dog, do you understand how expensive PC games are? Like, I think it's worth it in the end, but, like, you know, it's got some stuff. But, yeah, it looks like there's actually some interesting things there, along with the usual, like, new ship models and civics and stuff. And Nemesis is actually pretty interesting because it lets you actually become the endgame Crisis. Like, as an extension perk, you can decide you want to attack the Shroud, and you get to blow up all the suns in the galaxy into black holes and, you know, ascend to dark godhood.
I mean,
you know, if that's your plan.
I mean, I might do that. The last game I played, I got really tight with something beyond the void, and we became friends, and turned my entire system into a triple black hole system, and we became like this weird race. It was great.
Yeah, that guy. I remember him. I haven't actually gotten super. I started a game of like relatively vanilla. I got decently far, and then I started some other test games, and I haven't ever gone really deep. So I need to start another Stellaris playthrough, but later. That's it on my recap of the Game Awards. So I think I can cut that out. Talking about Space Shanty, though, I can talk about something that is in our title card.
Oh, okay.
I decided that Endwalker could go in the corner because it's got that nice rounded logo. But I have been playing a lot, a decent amount. Let me actually, do I want to risk it? For some reason, my actual like Steam, browser program is really clunky. If I go to Steam's website in Chrome, it's fine, but I've clocked in 7.3 hours in Surviving Mars. I've only been playing the game about a week. So yeah, I've been playing some Surviving Mars. It is a It's made by it's published by Paradox, but it is made by the guys who make City Skylines. So it is basically, I would say, probably more like a Mars city builder.
Okay.
It's not quite like a 4X game. You don't really explore, but you do have a map. You can analyze it. You can get some anomalies and stuff. It does have a tech tree, all that stuff. But your main goal is to... Well, I mean, it probably depends on your start. I started with the easy one after I did all the tutorials. I just did what they recommend is your easy start. I did International Mars Mission, which is just the UN sends people to Mars. Have fun. So assuming my goal is to just make a self-sufficient Martian colony. I cannot terraform Mars currently because I did not buy that DLC yet. But that is one of the DLCs. And I think that's one of the ones that is recommended. There is another DLC for like underground settlements and asteroid mining, but I have heard that one is not very good. The mechanics are kind of clunky and require a lot of like loading screens and don't generally mesh with the core content very well, so I'm going to skip that one for now. I would love to terraform Mars because that's fucking rad, but I'll pick that one up later also on sale. Well, I did what DLC I did already buy, Lucky, was the extra dome buildings, because you want to know why I bought it? Because one of the buildings that unlocks is Senior Center, so you have a place to put old people. Because on Mars, old people are dead weight. Literally, you cannot employ them, they don't do jobs, and they just suck up living space until they fucking die. So the fact that I was already planning on, like, literally, I finished my session the other night. I had set up to build a small dome to put habitats in, to put apartments in, to move old people there so they wouldn't suck up housing slots I needed for new people to do jobs. So the fact that before I finished that, I realized there was a DLC to buy the Senior Center. There's also other dome facilities. There's like new spire options. Well, a second. But like there's new buildings that go in domes, which I like because I already feel a little... I feel like in the base game, my building love is not yet fully realized, though some of that might be tech tree related. But yeah, it's a solid game. It's pretty interesting. You do it in a couple of phases. When you first start, you basically, a rocket lands on Mars and dumps drones. You don't have like, you know how for like city builders and 4X games you have workers. Your workers are drones. Drones are deployed from your rockets. Drones are deployed from a vehicle called the RC Commander, a rover commander, which has like little drones that follow it around. So you can send your RC Commander wherever you need work done that's not necessarily next to buildings, and also you can build drone hubs. So that kind of sets up your labor. You build drone hubs near where you're doing a lot of work, where you need to move stuff around. There is a lot of storage and resource logistics in this game. So much so, Lucky, that one of your building categories is called storage, and one of the default things you can do basically for free is mark areas as depots for certain resources.
Oh, neat.
So, like, say, for instance, you have a fuel refinery, right? Churning out fuel. You need fuel because you need to refuel rockets on Mars to send them back to Earth so you can keep them coming, right?
Right.
And in later games, you can actually send them back with exports. You can sell rare metals back to Earth for cash.
Sweet monies.
So that, like, helps your economy cycle. But so if you have a fuel extractor, or if you, another essential building you need to build right away is and you can by default, is the concrete mixer. You basically put it on a deposit and it constantly turns out concrete. Well, if you're not using those resources, the storage will get blocked up on the facility, and so it needs to get moved. So you build these depots, these deposits where they move stuff. And eventually later you can build, with some tech advancements, you can build automated electronic storage, which has to be powered, but it has like smart cranes and has way more storage capacity to store all the little boxes of stuff. It's really great. One of the rovers you can get are loaders. So you can tell them to harvest resources in the wild or move them between locations. I appreciate deeply that this is a later option, though I think it's a little too far down the tech tree. Though that might just be because the tech tree is slightly randomized. But you can eventually unlock the ability to automate certain rovers. My main problem is one of those is the Explorer automation. So you have RC Explorers to actually go scout places, and mostly to scan anomalies to get you free science and like plot stuff. My problem with that is that by the time I got the ability to automate those, I was like super done with every single anomaly on the map. I had literally scanned my entire map and was able to go to all of it. And I don't think I did anything to select like small or large map size. So like because the game tells you to build sensor towers because that alerts you to like bad weather conditions, but also lets you scan other sectors for resources you need. Basically, the game yells at you when you run out of sectors to scan. You can only queue up so many. So I had like scanned the entire map by the time this tech come up, and I'm like, my 2 explorers are literally automated and are literally sitting around base doing nothing. I should probably scrap one for salvage parts, but I kind of don't want to. They might be useful. Who knows? But like you can automate transports and stuff. So there's a decent amount of automation. Like you can micromanage your drones moving individual little cartons of resources around, but usually you just put drones near resources and near things you need to build and maintain, and just they do stuff. So after you've got your basic resources settled, you've got, presumably you're making fuel, you're extracting water, you're mining, you're developing concrete, you found metal deposits, whatever. Then you can actually build domes, habitat domes for the people. Mm-hmm. So you've got some domes, and domes have so many slots for like buildings and residences stuff. I mentioned this earlier. The proper dome have a center slot for the spire, which is a really cool special building you can build, which usually require like higher level research. And then you start actually moving people to Mars. You can get Mars tourists. Tourists basically are temporary residents. They hang out for a little bit and then they go home. You have to have a rocket to send them home on. If you don't have a rocket, they start to freak out a little bit if they're on Mars for more than 10 days.
Oh wow.
Or possibly years. I don't actually know what a sol is. I think it's a day, but a lot of stuff happens really fast for these days, so I don't know. But if they stay on Mars too long and they can't go home, they start to freak out a little bit, and you're like, okay, let's send them back. Call me a rocket, send them back. So when they go back, they give you money, and they also like brag about how cool Mars is, so you get more applicants to bring into your colony. Applicants have different specializations. Some people have no specialization, so these are your working class schlubs. They get to man your facilities such as the grocer, the diner, the art store. Yes, there are still retail and service jobs in the Martian future. You can also get engineers, geologists, botanists who do your farming, officers who do like leadership and security tasks. I haven't actually had any renegades yet, but you can build a security station. You can build Mars jail. And you go about your business doing stuff. You can set up hydroponic farms or actual farmlands to grow food for people to eat and stockpile. Eventually, so when you start the game, very few buildings are unlocked. You can build solar panels and wind turbines. You can build cables, obviously, like power cables. You can build batteries to store power through the night because solar don't run at night. And I think that's most of what you can get. Everything else is what they call prefabs. So you have to, and you're given a certain amount of the basic facilities right away. But to build things for a while, you have to buy prefabs from Earth and have them shipped over via rocket. So you can only build so many of certain buildings. This includes the Stirling generators, which are the default power generation system, domes, certain production resources, etc., like the oxygen producing system, the Moxie, stuff like that. So as you go down the tech tree, you will unlock the ability to actually build these buildings in situ on Mars, so you only need to spend resources, not money, not literal millions of dollars. No, seriously, like people probably won't realize because it's classic RTS currents, not RTS, but well, it's real time, so it could be like RTS, like your usual like city builder RTS, whatever 4X type budgeting, but rockets are expensive, and so is the things that go on them. Like I think my current project funding, I think, is somewhere like $1.5 billion.
Oh, geez.
And that's me spending lots of money to get to, like, I have, like, 4 domes. Huh. Like, I have, like, I think I have over 100 colonists. So I have been spending money. Though I also sell money back. Yeah. So, like, you have lots of money, you need to reduce your amount of money. Other technologies offer like new options, like I finally unlocked the ability to build nuclear power stations. So these, produce steady power without needing to worry about wind or solar. And you don't need to buy them prefab. You can unlock, like I said, higher level farms. You can upgrade things like rover speed. You can make your specialists better. There are 5 tech categories in the tree. There's like, what is it, like physics, engineering, life science. There's like, I think it's robotics, physics. One of them might be life sciences. One of them is social. This includes one of my favorite thing. It's what is it called? Mars crowdfunding.
What?
When you complete this research project, you just get $1 million worth of mission budget. Basically, the way the tech is fluffed is you just set up a fucking Mars colony social media profile back on Earth and like send them updates and show them pictures of how cool Mars is and get money donated. Love it. There's another one that's repeatable, which is called Martian Patents, which just gives you like $500 million every time you choose to complete it. But the 5th category is called Breakthrough. This is where the weird shit is. I have unlocked things like the cloning labs, so I can clone new colonists, though it notes that clone colonists age twice as fast as normal. You can get access to perfectly normal shit like deep core water exploration and other stuff like that. Or I haven't researched it yet, but I can unlock empaths, so some of my colonists will randomly be born with psychic powers.
Nice! I love psychic powers.
Yeah, so like... And you get this through, like, researching anomalies and doing other projects and stuff around Mars. So you find weird shit to do.
Furious click and go!
Every game has a randomized mystery. I don't know what mine is yet. I have suspicions, but I haven't seen anything clearly what it is. So that's basically big game, like, overarching things you want to handle. Like, sometimes you get, like you dream the dream of the dying Martian civilization because they were psychic. Other times, like, you have to, like, avert nuclear war on Earth. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, you lose access to importing rockets from Earth.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, because Earth is fucking blown up. Though apparently there are late-game special projects you can do to actually contact survivors of the war and actually bring them over and, like, even offer them help. Like, hey, yo, Earth, Terra, buddy, we see you're in trouble. What if we helped you out over here on the Red Planet? So that's kind of cool. Ultimately, I think that's, like, late-game stuff. I'm just kind of, like, cruising right now trying to build... like, just build more domes, hire more colonists, get my labor pool sorted out, because I had a problem where I didn't realize that you could filter colonists in jobs, so I had a lot of people working in jobs they weren't specialized in and not going to where they were specialized in. So, like, I had my, like, my security officers working, retail jobs, and my medics were not working in the infirmary. They were, like, working in farms and stuff, and I'm like, okay, guys, all right, hold on. I have specialists for these jobs. Please go to them. Let the non-specialized scrubs get together and form this giant Voltron beam that you guys are about to form. A lot of stuff going on. Yeah, so I'm just growing and expanding my colony. And I will probably... I don't know. I have to... My PC does run it, but I obviously can't have Chrome open because Chrome sucks up so much juice. But Discord's been getting really weird on me where, like, it opens so many extra processes and sucks up a little bit of extra CPU as well. So I usually have to close down everything I'm doing to run Red Planet. Oh. Not that I mind getting away from things for a couple of hours, but, we got stuff going on tonight, so maybe not tonight. But I do want to get back to it. Get back to my colony. It does the same thing that Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri does, where it talks about, no, you can't... When you go to quit, it says, wait, you can't leave. The drones look up to you. They respect you. Like, quiet you. I get that reference. So I've been having a lot of fun with that. Reminds me that I do also own City Skylines as DLC. I need to boot that one. But right now, I feel like space. I like space. I think that's one of my quote-unquote New Year's resolutions is I want to get back to spending more time working on 4 Explorer, that space survival RPG framework that I came up with. I also want to make sure to actually, if I can fucking find one, buy a GPU for my machine so I could run more games more better.
More games, more better.
The other thing I think I don't know if this is a resolution, but something I feel like I have to do because it's just becoming a thing in my life where I'm realizing it is an issue, is I think I need to subscribe to you. I need to upgrade to YouTube Premium. Way too often in the middle of the night am I just watching videos trying to go to sleep, and then an ad will start and it'll be really, really loud. And sometimes it's an ad for YouTube Premium, and I'm just like... fucking with me.
It's like, why you do this?
I swear to God, they have to pick these YouTube Premium ads to run when they know it's 4 a.m. and I'm trying to go to sleep. Guys, I'm just trying to watch Bob Ross compilation, which is knife only. Very relaxing palette knife sounds.
No,
I know you. You've been in the ambient as well, sir.
Yeah, I've been in the ambient as well because I listen to it at work, and trust me, there's nothing that quite takes me out the mood where I'm listening to fucking lo-fi chill beat Bop's Legend of Zelda to listen to, and all of a sudden I get an ad for Grammarly. I'm just like, excuse me, this is not being lost in the woods.
There's all YouTube ads I see a lot. You know, some of them are local, but other times I'm like, hey, did you know Loop Hero is out on Switch, or Loop Hero 2? I do, because I keep seeing the ads for it with the Switch bit. Not that it's not, like, cool, but I'm just like, all right, guys, I've seen this. Come on. So, yeah, I think I just need to probably do that just for my own freaking sanity and just ease of use. I also, it's probably because they know that my account is a YouTube partner, and I yell about it a lot in front of microphones, but, like, I think like a solid half of my ads are internal for YouTube. It's like, remember, hey, guys, YouTube Music Premium. YouTube knows I listen to music all the time. Did you know you can, whatchamacallit, you can watch with no interruption and download for viewing later? I'm like, yeah, YouTube, I already use you for music, and I don't really experience that many ads. Probably mostly because I do it on my PC, where I have my super special blockers installed to avoid problems.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what the fuck is uBlock Origin blocking that's 859? YouTube, what are you trying to do in the live tab? Oh, never mind. I tabbed over to Twitter and it's blocking over 3K. Jesus Christ, internet. This is why my Chrome is melting down my entire computer. So much shit in the background. But yeah, like, it's just, like, half my ads are for YouTube Premium, no interruptions, you know, YouTube Music. I feel like it's... Dear YouTube, if your algorithm is listening to me, I would like to inform you it's slightly condescending to give me a channel memberships ad to let people know about the channel memberships feature. I have those. I'm a partner. I give you some of the money I make from channel memberships. I know. Guys, okay? I'm promoting it. I'll promote it right now. You can click the join button or join channel right now for membership badges and emotes.
You do have a whole spiel about it.
Yeah, it's in the outro. It's in my practiced speech that requires no notes because I know how to say the outro most of. Sometimes we get a little punch drunk down here. But yeah, so that's if you're wondering what I'm anyway planning in the new year. I've got a couple of things to scratch off that want to make some improvements to the machine, and hopefully that'll make things run a little smoother and go a little cleaner. Again, like I said, if I can find a GPU of any type in the wild, it's not going to cost me a kidney. I know we are experiencing many shortages on semiconductors. And remember, it's not a crime to beat up a crypto miner and steal his GPUs.
I die for
if you find a crypto farm, you are morally obligated to remind him of that his fake digital currency doesn't protect him. Nah, I'm kidding. You shouldn't mess with anybody. But also, if you do know a guy who's got a room full of GPUs, which I have seen in a video, that guy is an asshole. And listen, I'm not going to say you should punch him, but I would not object if you did punch him.
I might push a guy down the stairs.
Listen, if he trips and falls into a pile of GPUs, I'll still take one of those bloody GPUs. That would probably sell. I mean, there'd be some questions from law enforcement, but that would probably sell better on the internet. GPU refurbished, covered in the blood of a crypto miner. People pay for that shit. But okay. We've been going for about an hour, and so I see you have just left a boss fight. I feel like this would be an opportune moment, Lucky. It's in my notes, by the way. Make sure Lucky talks about Endwalker.
Oh, Jesus.
I wrote it down. I want to make sure. So if you want to share some Endwalker thoughts, this feels like a good segue.
All right. So Endwalker has been in public access for maybe a little over a week now. No, Love, you have not missed the thing about Blue Archive and Censorship. We'll get there eventually. Actually, Omega, do you know about that? Have you heard about that?
Yes, I've heard about the Blue Archive thing.
Okay. But anyway, let's talk about Endwalker right now. As a game, I'm not going to comment on it. I have not beaten it. I'm pretty freaking close. I'm like, in the main story quest, I'm like level 89, 90-ish quest. So I'm getting there. I'm getting there. But the thing about Endwalker happening right now is not so much about the game and the story and the content, which, from what I hear about, is amazing to everyone. Everyone I talk to has beaten is just like, I am dead. I am the floor now. I am so emotionally drained. God, that was so good. Basically the state of you are just so emotionally wrung out, you just have that moment of... I don't even know what to call it. I don't even know what to call the feeling. I don't know, maybe that post-clarity high after a good workout or something. I don't know. But... so it's really, really good, y'all. And what happens when really, really good games are out there, more and more people want to get in them. And boy, howdy. Because let's talk about how, you know, MMOs usually work. MMOs usually have peaks in activity always around expansions. Always around expansions. Everyone comes in, they do all the new content, everyone's all like, cool, they got all the best shit. And then they slow their roll, go do other stuff. They don't necessarily make a big fuss about it. And we have been having that problem here in 14. So, let's see, how do I... let's see here.
It's a very funny way to put it, Loth. It turns everyone into floor chat.
Yes. Yeah, I gotta get out of here. So, back when we were only in early access, when basically, you know, only people who had the who done the pre-orders and stuff can get in, we were already having server problems. We're talking about queues anywhere from 2,000 to 6K people. Now, usually, like, in the weeks leading up to this, there was almost never a queue. If you got into a queue, it was at most maybe 25 to 50 people. In a few seconds, you'd be in. People coming in and out and all that crazy stuff. The minute Endwalker hit, huge queues. Because there's huge queues, that makes server problems. And because there's server problems, you know, people are getting kicked out. And they only kept getting worse. Early access only lasted for that weekend in a couple days. And guess what? There are even more people showing up. Now, the big main problem about this is everyone at Square Enix knew this was going to be a problem, but because we're facing the fucking semiconductor shortage because of COVID-19 and all that crazy stuff, Square Enix has not been able to get the requisite servers, even though they have stated that they are trying, even going usually above the normal price for them in an effort to get all this ready, but to no avail. So, basically, they're still running basically on the same amount of server space that they had before all this, and are not looking to get it resolved anytime soon. This is, and consider the fact that we've had an exodus not just from World of Warcraft, but from what I'm hearing, people are leaving Star Wars: The Old Republic 2 and jumping to Final Fantasy 14. I believe someone said...
It's been a little while since Tor had an update.
Yeah, I heard because what I heard personally, I'm not sure if it's true or not, is that they pushed back their next expansion even further, and so people are starting to get getting a little upset about that. So guess what? Everyone heard about, everyone's hopping to 14 from WoW, thought that was great. So now we got people from SWTOR hopping into 14 because of that. So we're getting even more people, and guess what? We still only have the same amount of server space. Not to mention that we have new people coming in all the time. People are talking about reviews and all that stuff, and it's just literally too many people.
The game just won 2 fucking awards at the Video Game Awards.
Yeah.
Which I believe it has won several years in a row now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So
yeah, it's just a little awkward.
It's a little awkward.
There's a meme posted in games that I have dug up. I will not require anybody else to dig it up because currently there's like 5 fighting game betas that people are yelling about for hours at a time. But the meme is, then please play critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. Now, please do not play critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV because I want to play.
Yeah, that's always been the meme. Like, we can't remember when it's been the meme, but basically it's a joke to be like, have you heard of like critically acclaimed RPG Final Fantasy now free up to level 60, including Heaven Word expansion or something like that? It's something like that.
Yeah,
but
that is absolutely like somebody like came up with a viral tweet or like said it on a YouTube video or something somewhere, because I've heard that copy pasta basically before.
Yeah. And it's gotten to the point where our Lord and Savior, Yoshi P, had to be like, God, we have way too many fucking people. We literally have to stop selling the game. We have to stop selling the game. We have to stop the advertisements. We have to go full fucking stop. They pulled the servers that they use for development off the development and then plugged them into the main server so they can at least try and alleviate, like, I think it was only said they can only give like a couple thousand more per world, but fuck, they're like, we want more people in this game.
I crossed myself. I Cristo. We're taking dev machines and we're putting them to like server load.
Yes. And people don't understand how fucking nuts that is. That is something you were supposed to like never, ever do.
Yeah, you need those machines to like work on the game, but there are so many people trying to play this fucking game that they're like, no, stop all work. Stop all sales, stop all work. Let's just try to make it run. We already literally have enough customers.
Yeah, no, and of course, there's a lot of people out there who, well, I won't say a lot, but basically in every single like thread you see about it, there's always some person going off like, well, why don't they just buy more servers? They got the money, and everyone just points to the part where they're just like, they're offering, like, I don't know how much more they're offering. They're like offering extra on it just to get it. It's just, fuck.
They don't exist.
They just don't exist.
They don't exist. They're not out there.
And Yoshi P, they've been very, like I said, this is why they win best community support, because basically every few days, Yoshi P puts out a letter being like, hey, this is the state of things. Nothing's really changed, but I'm super fucking sorry. Here, have more free game time to compensate. I think he's given out.
I believe that started at pre-release, didn't it? Because that first weekend was like slam jammed.
Mm-hmm.
Almost nobody could get in, and it was like, we're sorry, we're gonna give you some free game time. So. That's been a through line?
Oh, yeah, no. I think we're up to, like, 3 weeks of free game time now. So...
And they can afford it, because they have to literally stop selling the game.
Yeah.
Shit's cracked.
I don't know, Love. I don't really necessarily think that 14 needs to be improved, except in a few key areas, like housing. Which I don't necessarily think is a money problem. It's a, they need to make a decision about fucking exploitative players. Which is its own problem. Like, literally housing is literally one of the hardest things in this game, because players will run bots and scripts to buy up as many houses as they can, turn around and sell them for like 6 times the price. To be all like, what you gonna do, nerd?
Yeah, I feel like Square Enix's problem is not spending money. It's in not spending money. Like I said, like people complained about that the Neo World with You like didn't get a big wave because over here they didn't spend a lot of money marketing. And like that seems to be the thing is like. Yeah, usually you can tell where Square is by where they're not spending money than where they are spending money, because they are certainly spending money on projects that deserve it and are winning. Like, if you want to think about it, Square actually came out like smelling like roses out of the Game Awards, because Life is Strange: True Colors won some awards.
Guardians of the Galaxy won some awards.
Guys won some awards. Final Fantasy 14 obviously won awards. You know, they had, you know, trailers for shit like Forspoken, Babylon's Fall, which is, you know, all those guys, like, Nier won an award.
Yeah.
Like,
actually, yeah, no, they really, now the more I think about it, they really
Square is the big daddy of third-party development. Well, third party. They like to sign temporary exclusive deals, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But still, like, they're fucking out there cleaning up awards and making good product. Like, Games don't win awards by being bad, or at least they don't win awards by being like properly bad games. You can debate about The Last of Us Part 2 being you didn't like it. I say that as a person who probably would not enjoy Last of Us Part 2. But, like, was it poorly made?
Give that back.
So, yeah, Square is doing fine. They're just suffering from their success. And I think, you know, when you've got this giant multinational conglomerate, sometimes you don't know where to put your money. And the semiconductor shortage has been ongoing for literal years, so I don't even know how they could pre-prep. Like, where would they get the servers? They're not making them. They're not making enough of them. It's why you can't buy PS5s. Sony would love to sell you a PS5. Do you think Sony doesn't want to sell you a fucking PS5? Of course they do. They just can't. They literally cannot. So, yeah. It's weird. Yeah, if anything, I think Nintendo is probably doing the quote-unquote worst out of, like, Game Awards stuff. I don't think they had enough. They didn't really seem to have a big ad budget. There were a couple of Switch titles out there, though a lot of those, I think, were multi-platform. They got a couple of awards, which is kind of surprising because I feel like the Game Award... Well, maybe not necessarily because I don't even know what you do with some of these otherwise, but I feel like there's a slight issue where, like, Nintendo blocks up the Family Games title.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're Nintendo.
That's how Nintendo do, yes.
And then they aren't in any of the other categories. But Dread was in there, and I think it won... Was it Best Action?
I believe it was Best Action.
But they didn't actually... Say I brought this up. They didn't actually win Family Game. That was It Takes Two as well. But that game won Game of the Year, so what the fuck do you want? Not that I know if Nintendo pays a huge amount of attention, but there are outlets like Famitsu that are part of the, like, panel of judges that pick these things. So, like, they have major Japanese outlets as well. So we'll see if, like, Nintendo thinks about this. Or Nintendo might just continue to live in their own little Nintendo world. Where Chris Pratt is Mario. It's weird, I know, but it's real. It's true fact. We'll see how fucking weird it is. I still haven't seen the Sonic movie, and I don't know when the fuck I'll find time for that. But the trailer for 2 seemed okay.
That reminds me...
I got to make my End Knuckles joke. Because indeed, End Knuckles. Idris Elba, mind.
That reminds me, hacking... Is No Way Home being streamed, or is it theaters only?
It is theaters only. Not that I don't even know what the... That's a weird thing. Sony doesn't have a, like, premium streaming service, so... Because, well... Murmur them.
Murmur.
That was to chat, which you can see on screen. But, like, I don't even think the like, MCU Spider-Man movies are on Disney Plus again yet. They were on Netflix for a little bit, but they're not out there. So I'm like, come on, Sony. Reach a deal here. You brought Spider-Man back to Marvel Studios. Can you let them pay you money to put it on Disney Plus? Like, I mean, I do think it's fair. Disney should probably pay them for the rights of it, but
yeah,
because, you know, Sony production, it's co-produced, and Sony, like I said, has no streaming loyalty. But, like, could we lock that in? That reminds me, I'm a couple episodes behind on Hawkeye. I think stuff is happening. Catch up. I watch Hawkeye and also be on Mars. Possibly. Mars is real time. It's a real time.
That reminds me, I gotta look at getting Age of Empires 4, because I did believe that did win, talking about Game Awards, that did win Best RTS.
Won Best Strategy.
Yeah.
As usual, Flight Sim, the only simulator game, did not win, thank God. What a embarrassment that would be. But yes, Age of Empires 4 won and is generally, I believe, considered to be pretty good. So that's good on them. We talked a little bit about how RTS games are kind of weird right now. Like, there aren't as many as they used to be. Like, think about it this way. You know, like, Battle Royale and MOBA shit, right? In esports, guys? That used to be RTS.
Yep.
Like, there have always been people playing FPS games, playing COD. There have always been people playing sports games. Not to poo-poo sports games. I've actually been seeing... I've been wondering if I want to purchase the new Madden game or not.
Really?
Probably not. Like, yeah. I like watching football. I rep teams. I'm interested. It's been a long time since I played one.
Never would have guessed.
I've played them in the NCAA ones in the past, but the problem with EA Sports games is that you have to take breaks because they're just trying to sell you the same shit year after year. So it's been freaking years since I played one. But like I said, I don't think I'd pay full price. That's like a casual, ooh, this is on sale buy, not a like I am pre-planning my budget to purchase games buy. Like Chorus, Space Flight, Space Game, Game Space.
Space.
It's on my list. Gonna get it. It's physical. Like I said, I'm gonna wait for Crimbo. But yeah, there's always some these titles in there. But RTS is kind of like really, ever since StarCraft 2, really slacked out. And I'm not like a high speed low drag RTS guy, but I've played an RTS. I think I usually prefer turn based, but that's just because I get not really perfectionist, but I get a little like nitpicky. Like I like to make sure I'm planning my moves appropriately. And when you're in real time, just sometimes the way the interface works is you can sometimes get a little screwy.
Mm-hmm.
I have this problem sometimes playing Surviving Mars, where I'm trying to build like pipes or cables, and because they're contiguous, you like complete one and then it leaves you in the menu, so you go to do something else and you start building. You start like ordering more cables. I'm like, no. All right, right click, escape twice. No, stop building cables. Damn you! Like you can get those little goof ups in some of the real time stuff when you're clicking menus and whatever. And you may be wondering, hey, Omega, what does this mean about you playing Astrea Ascending? I'm feeling like I'm running out of steam a little on Astrea, and it's my own fault. Really? Yeah, I fucked up the class comp.
Oh no.
I had to double up. I thought old guy Arpeggio could become an assassin. He cannot. So what I should have done is I should have made blanking on his name right now. Big Cat Man. You know him.
Yeah, I know him.
I should have made him a black mage and then made old guy a shaman. But I did not, so now I have 2 hunters, and I'm just kind of upset at myself for not building a spreadsheet apparently game 1. But like the fact that the game tells you can't change it, and I've realized, man, I don't really use that guy's shaman abilities that much, even though I'm paying for them. Like, it's just kind of like, they just, like I said, I'm a little nitpicky. I'm not perfectionist, but when they give you the opportunity to pre-plan at that level, I like to use my planning, I like to be planned. Mm-hmm. And now I'm kind of sad that I can't do it. The other thing that really sucked my life out was the Leo Temple is just Coliseum survival runs. It's not a real dungeon. You just do Coliseum maps for basically no plot advancement. You go read some of Catman's son's letters. Yay. That was a whole chapter. That was a little like, okay, clearly we realized that because we based this on the Zodiac, we had to do one thing for everybody, and oops, we didn't have any plans for Leo. Coliseum, I guess. So like it's still a great game. I love it a lot, but I feel like I kind of, burned myself on it, and I need to like sit back a little, let that cool before I really want to slam 50 billion hours in it. Mm-hmm. And not even 50 billion hours. Apparently it's a short time to beat. So now that I've fucked my class comp, I may just power through sometime when I feel like it. But I don't feel like it. I've been playing Horizon. Do you have anything else to say about Endwalker? I know we got a lot into the real life stuff, but you're enjoying the content?
Oh, I'm enjoying the content. Like I said, again, I don't like, some people might have been like more thinking I'd be like running around Endwalker content right now, but it's something that I really think people should go, well, if they can. They can't actually now. I don't know, yeah. Probably by next week, I think I'll probably have beat the main story, and I think enough people have done it that I'll feel okay about, talking about certain bits and not with other people. Yeah. So yeah, like next week's stream, look forward to it. I'll actually go through some actual Endwalker content and whatnot. Yay.
So in response to Horizon Forbidden West coming up soon, I've been playing Zero Dawn. Obviously, we did get back to God of War this week.
Oh yeah,
had a good stream. Did okay, got some views. Broke 100. That's good for us. It's been a little while. And I, even though I talked about forgetting, I actually remembered how to mostly play the game. We bummed around. I did actually spend a little bit of time after stream playing. I resolved some stuff.
Oh, cool.
I went back to Fafnir Room and found it very easily, and I basically cleared that little area. Did a couple boss fights, and went about my business, my beeswax, finding more resources. getting more XP. I'll probably talk about it, but you guys, I feel like on stream you guys didn't miss anything. I found a knife and talked to an angry ghost, and I got another leg in the fetch quest.
Yep.
So, there is some plot stuff that Mir told me in a boat that I will relate to the audience that they probably didn't want to miss. But I'm playing this game like nearly 3 years late, so y'all know. Actually, already 3 years late, I think. When was it actually released in 18? It probably is 3 years. If it was early 18, we might be going on 4 years. So I'm a little behind on this, but it's still stuff and things about things. Interesting. Headman is very interesting. He says head thing.
No, Mimir's great. He definitely fills out the crew. I guess I want to say.
Yeah, because we talked about this. We appreciate how straightforward Kratos is, in that like when Boy asks a question and Kratos is like, I do not know. Like he doesn't know a lot about this realm this land for some reason. So adding literal exposition head, Bob the Skull.
He is Bob the Skull now that I think about it.
Yeah. Like that gives you a lot more. Like literally, he has a really long conversation on the boat ride out of the witch's hut that is related to how that conversation ended. And like he explains lots of stuff that only he knows because he was fucking there and he knows shit. And as you said, apparently he will, when you stumble upon lore objects, he will explain more about them than previously.
Oh yeah.
Boy only knows what he can read and what Mother told him. And Kratos don't know shit about shit.
God's fuck that shit.
What he knows about is about Aesop's fables, y'all.
He does.
I mean, listen, I love it. I got super excited when Kratos told Scorpion and the Frog on camera. But he's full of, fatherly wisdom. So yeah, it really rounds out the cast, and I think it's kind of interesting to get in there. So we'll be back on that Monday. Yeah. Assuming I don't like pass out and die. I've been working a lot on stuff. I'm finally getting to actually like rotate down and relax a little, but we're gonna see how much work FGO is gonna make me to this morning technically. But I've been in my off time. I've been playing Horizon, and I've been trying to focus a little on clearing main story content. Obviously, it's a wide open exploring game, so you want a wide open explory. But I've been actually trying to get into some stuff. I've actually started getting into some actual backstory. Like I did the mission where, oh gosh, I don't remember the actor's name, but you know him. He's the Titan from Destiny 2. He plays a character in Bosch and in The Wire. You know that guy, that black guy. He's also in Horizon Zero Dawn. He's yelling at me through my little earpiece. So I had a lovely conversation with him about some stuff and how the world got fucked up. Apparently, the guys who made robots forgot about gray goo. Guys, don't build self-replicating robots. It never works. It's like the evil overlords list. I will never turn myself into a snake. Never works. So it's nice to actually get into exploring what I, as a sci-fi buff, have clearly been able to tell about what's going on in the plot. Right. Like, Zero Dawn is one of those games that's obviously was made in modern times, so we, the audience, get what some of this stuff is, but, our main characters do not. Though, considering how long the gap is, they speak surprisingly good English.
There'll be a reason for this. Yeah.
There's a lot of interesting notes about, like, linguistic drift and, like, figuring out stuff, but, they're not... There's no reason for them to be not illiterate, but, they realize that, advanced technology exists because there's fucking, robot moose out there.
Moose.
Fucking your shit up. It's about to get freakier. I went in a cauldron and I unlocked the power to override giant robot T-Rexes. That'll be fun. I think Thunderroot's supposed to be... It's a little weird. It's especially weird when you put it in the context of, like I said, that backstory stuff about these were made by a company. Like, some of these designs I understand. Some of these designs I'm like, why did we build a robot deer?
If I remember correctly, it's because so they can harvest biological materials?
Yes, some of them are designed to harvest biomass to convert into fuel.
Yeah.
And I read a lovely note about somebody witnessing it do that in the field unauthorized, where it may have killed the last pod of dolphins. Good job, robots. But yeah, I guess so. That means that a lot of those submodels are designed just for that purpose. Explains why they have the tanks of stuff you can collect, but it's still, some of it's a little weird. Some of them make more sense though. But yeah, so I've been delving into that. The game is great. It's really nice. I love the big open world. I still, thinking about it, I have some complaints. One of them is the aforementioned thing with health. I really like the way they do the health recharge, right? You have the medicine pouch. You can get perks to get it. I have bought the perks, so I have like 3 stacks of this shit. I think it's actually like 4 full bars. So you can stockpile a lot while you're in the woods. My main problem is Horizon is unfortunately one of those games where you cannot true blue full stealth it. At least as far as I can. I might be out of practice, but like some of the really big killer robots you have to fight in story sections, you can't like really fully take down stealthily. Like you can play footsie and do some hiding and stuff, but it's hard to do it over time, and it's very easy to get caught out and filled full of bullets. And so you have to heal a lot, okay? At least I have to heal a lot while I take my slow and methodical method of plinking at it with arrows, because good fucking lord, arrows do nothing.
I don't know.
That is another thing I Good?
Like, sorry, like, it's been, like, I played first, yeah, and I don't remember this, like, I don't remember this problem. Like...
Yeah, I don't know, maybe it's my perk selection, like, I focused on, like... I focused on sneaking, but it's like, don't...
Like, because I'm always switching weapons, switching ammos,
yeah, I mean, I'm cycling through the different weapon types to, like, hit their weaknesses, but, like, it still feels like... I don't know, I have some pretty, I've got, like, purple level bows and stuff. It still feels like some of the big machines, like the... Not even necessarily, like, boss fights, but yes, also boss fights, like, some of them are just like, man, you guys just suck up hits.
Like...
And I don't know, some of that might be because I go for components more, but I feel like I have to, because otherwise I'm gonna get filled full of missiles.
Like, I remember on the T-Rexes, like, the thing I always do is I start off with, like, the harpoon, like, pull it to the ground, shoot off the missile launcher, grab the missile launcher, or whatever it is, then use that to take out, like, half its fucking health, and by that time, usually the innards are exposed, so then I can just shoot whatever explosive thing I got in there and take it out pretty quick. Like, I don't know, like, I guess it's one of those things...
some of this, I think, is a little bit of me being out of practice. Like,
yeah.
To get the override, I had to fight a Thunderer, right? And then I realized after I'd blown off some of its launchers, I was like, oh, there's a disc launcher laying on the ground.
Yeah.
This makes this much easier,
Yeah.
But, like, to get some of the plot stuff, you have to fight a Deathbringer for the first time, which is, like, this giant military platform thing, and I'm like, how the fuck do I do this stealthily? Like, I'm not super deep in the pure warrior tree, I only recently, while I restarted playing, unlocked the ability to do extra stabs on enemies that are down, which is very valuable. I don't know how I didn't get that sooner, but that's very important to finishing enemies off, because shooting them with plain arrows does not necessarily kill them fast, but you will sometimes get lucky and knock them over, and you can critical hit them to polish them off pretty fast, So, like, I'm developing my strategy. It's just... I feel like the game... I don't know. Maybe I feel like I'm not getting rewarded for my patience. Like, I really am willing to, like, sit there in bushes and plink away forever, but it's like... I don't know. Maybe it's just the informatics I'm not used to again, because I stopped playing for literally, like, a year. Like, I get, you activate focus, you focus in, it shows you weaknesses for various parts, it highlights bits you can block off, and it's like, okay, cool. But it's not like that information stays, so I'm so out of practice, I'm like, what is this guy weak to again? Okay, fire on the body, got it.
I think that might be the thing. It's like every creature in there basically has its own preferred, like, best, like, strategy to take it on.
And I'm definitely carrying enough shit to have all the options. It's just, I feel like I'm out of practice, and the game... Obviously, the game... I won't say the game is obligated to help suck me back in after putting it down for a little bit, but...
It's not going out of its way to explain all this
stuff.
Yeah,
it's not really going out of its way to, like, relay the information. Like, I just had to basically have to relearn everything, and it's kind of like... It's a little awkward sometimes. I feel like I'm spending a lot of time, plinking away at stuff, and I'm like, kind of wish I didn't do that. And so I get in lots of fights, and I feel like I get beat up a lot. Even though I'm wearing, well, actually, I don't know. Maybe I'm taking mostly melee damage. They give you a lot of different armor options. I have access to, I think, like one of the highest tier anti-projectile armors and the highest tier, like, I don't know if I got lucky or I just bought it. I have like a purple elemental, like I think it's the Nora Survivor outfit, which gives you like 40% resistant to like everything elemental. But I'm realizing now that I'm thinking about it, that's true. That I don't know if melee damage is counted in there. Maybe that's why I'm getting my ass kicked so much. I'm just getting run over by robots while I'm trying to remember all my buttons to shoot them in the face. Also, I will say this, once robots engage you in melee combat, man, fucking, they've got that hitboxing problem I don't like, where they are just, I know they're huge, but they're fucking all over the place, guys. Holy shit. Lo and behold, the robots designed to be killing machines are very good at killing me. So, yeah, it's just one of those things where I'm like, wow, am I, like, deeper in the game than I thought? I mean, I know I'm grossly over-leveled, but I don't feel it. So I'm like, I kind of hope that when they improve, like, in the sequel, they get a little bit better about presenting you with the informatics. You have this lovely piece of technology, but, you have to activate focus mode, which means you can't really do anything else to get a lot of this info. So I'm like, maybe we can tighten this up a little. Maybe we can offer more opportunities to, like, I get the ideas to pre-prep for heals and you have the potions for instant healing, but sometimes I feel like there's also not a lot of potion drops either. The game gave me like 12 potions in the area with no combat after I'd done all the fighting, where I was like fighting for my life, and I'm like, okay, thanks for the restock, guys, but what was this before? I don't know. It's just interesting game design philosophy that I'm kind of getting back into, and I feel like could be maybe a little tighter. I don't know if I'm the only one who would have had these problems. I also hope to God that they have learned their lesson from games like Breath of the Wild and we can just climb anything. I like that where you can climb is very clearly marked in yellow, right? Like there is that makes it very easy, and it's got I think I don't remember if this was on no, I think it was in God of War, I think, actually, this week. I talked about how I love how modern games, like when they give you like climbing and platforming segments and stuff, can like auto climb you. Like the game engine is up to snuff where it can be like, oh, Kratos would know where to put his fucking hand. He can just jump to the next step, right?
Yeah.
But given how like vertical and explorer-y Zero Dawn is, there are so many times where I'm like, it gives you the problem only video games do, right? Where you're like, I've done a jump where I get up to my ankles, but because my ankles don't clear the ledge, I cannot get over it because Aloy refuses to grab ledges that aren't yellow, and I'm just like, this is a little immersion-y killy. So I hope technology has advanced in the several years since the game came out that they can tighten that up too. Mm-hmm. It does look like they're doing a lot more with environments. Like I think they've shown in trailers that it looks like you can do more with swimming other than just like hide underwater. And I'm also noticing, like, once you really get into, like, the perk trees and stuff, there's some crazy shit at the higher level perks, which I have a lot of, by the way, because, like I said, I'm grossly over-leveled. I'm, like, level 30, because I like to do side quests.
Side quests are fun.
I mean, it's a beautiful open world, so I definitely remember when I was playing it before, and even now when I'm playing it, I love to poke, like, environment and stuff, and, like, dig up the ancient vessels, the mug collectible, and, like, poke around and stuff. I'm mostly just like I said, because I'm still getting used to some of the fighting. It's like some of these robots are tanky boys, and I'm just like, I don't want to go over there. There's like 5 robot bulls over there. I don't want to fuck with them. On the other hand, I definitely made work for myself where in a side quested guy was like, I've lost my piles of post-apocalyptic wine down there with those robot bulls. Would you get it back for me? And I was like, okay, so I could like sneak around in the very small amounts of tall grass and just pick all these up and run away from robot bulls, or I can stand on this cliff where they can't get me and just shoot at them until they die. I shot at them until they died. Which, that's nice. You do have some options. So yeah, like I said, I think it's still a really great game. It's definitely worth the praise. But this is what happens when you play some of these games that, even though they're like new, they're still a couple of years old. You're like, we're missing out on some of those like tech revolutions. Like, how many fucking games have we seen ever since Breath of the Wild came out where you can climb anywhere, sometimes with like a stamina meter, or you can like all of a sudden paraglide. So many. And like some of it's just because I feel like there's like, I don't want to know if it's necessarily market saturation. There's a lot of follow the leader, I guess, right?
Bandwagoning?
Yeah, bandwagoning. You know, a hit game comes out, it's the biggest selling game of that year, you know, wins all the shiny awards, whatever. Everybody immediately goes, oh, we can make our games like this. You know, happens all the time. Like, you know, Titanfall came out, it did all those mobility things for shooters. Now you can't be a self-respecting first-person shooter, at least, you know, the more arcadey high-speed ones, if you can't like double jump and sprint or something and wall run. Or you're like Doom and you're just so fucking fast you don't need to sprint anyway. You know, classic style. And I think actually, like, the reason why FPSs were the way that they were was, I think, because of Halo. Because when Halo came out, that really popularized the, like, slow and steady, like, playstyle. You can't sprint in old-school Halo games. You can't sprint until Reach, which is, you know, 4 games in, technically. You know, you only have 2 weapon slots, stuff like that. So, like, that I think, like, definitely, like, oh, this Halo game is super cool. This means we can do, you know, FPSs in this style where we can limit your gameplay and your, you know, your weapon choices. People are okay with it. As opposed to, like, we've talked about, you know, classic games like Doom, like Quake and stuff. The old school Star Wars Dark Forces, you know, that one, where you can carry, like, 50 guns and all their bullets. I remember Marathon. So it's always interesting to see this bandwagoning. So on the one hand, like, yeah, it's a cheap sellout, but also sometimes it is genuinely like, no, somebody realized the potential of current technology and did it, and it's good. Like, I talk about this with Killzone Shadowfall, the game that Guerrilla made before Horizon Zero Dawn. And God, I don't know how they still exist. No, I'm kidding. Shadowfall's not that bad, but it's pretty bad in some parts. But like, that game would so be improved by, you know, being made a year after Titanfall as opposed to a year before Titanfall. That game would be so much better if you could be, like, full-blown mobile. And I think it would actually fit the playstyle they're going for, being more, like, espionage and, like, you know, on the DL. Like, if you actually had to be, like, highly mobile in addition to being stealthy. But alas, no. You take 5 minutes of animation to climb up ledges. This gets you full of Helgen bullets. You are dead. Trust me, I know. I died a lot. So, I am hoping that the New Horizon has taken a couple of those cues. But it'll probably be fine.
It'll probably be
They're doing new stuff. They've had some years. It's like think about, like, God of War to God of War Ragnarok, right? Like, they've had 4 years, and we've talked about this. I don't think either of us really has any complaints about the gameplay of God of War.
No, I don't.
Like, some enemies are annoying. I did not like Alfheim, but some of that was just the game design was, like, deliberately designed that way. Like, the whole light and dark interplay was, you know, intentional. It was also confusing. That's another thing, you know. Like, I have nitpicks about, like, the fact that you can't zoom in the map very far, but that's just, I think, a general rule. Like, I kind of wish we could get a little more detail out of map, but I like map. I like looking close.
Enhance.
Ooh, enhance. But, like, the actual, like, core gameplay is fine. Like, honestly, most of the time when I'm having trouble, I mostly think it's my problem that I am, like, not remembering my inputs and timing right. You know, like when I did play, I did actually fuck up some of my guards, and I'm like, nope, that's my bad. I'm hitting aim, not block. I need to, you know, focus my muscle memory. So, like, I'm curious to see what they will have improved in, like, 4 years, but they don't necessarily have to improve a lot. Like, I'll even say this for Horizon. I don't think they have to really improve anything either. Like, the game is still playable for me, even though, like I said, I'm having trouble with some of the combat currently. You know, getting mostly just being. It feel like the where I'm at is it just feels way too tedious, even when I'm using some of my elemental arrows. But whatever, it's not a huge deal. I don't actually die that often. I mostly just sit around with very low health and am very scared for my life a lot, as I by robot crocodiles. But I am curious to see what tech developments, and I'll say this, I will say I don't know if you know, like, third-person action games like God of War have had any, like, huge revolutions.
Well, I think God of War was one of the huge revolutions.
Definitely old school God of War set some tone, but I'm like,
and then
what do you think that more like gameplay and tech wise? Do you think that the newer one brought to the table? Like, obviously, it did a lot of new stuff for story.
Well, yeah. God of War.
I knew they made improvements with like Atreus' AI, right?
Oh yeah, no, like that was the big thing. Is it like companion AI has always been a drag in a lot of games. People were
it's a hit or miss proposition.
Yeah, no, but everyone had nothing but praise for how Atreus was handled in God of War, and it kind of also that went for the first Last of Us 2 with how Naughty Dog handled their AI. If we're talking about like third-person action adventure, though, I definitely think Uncharted. I wouldn't necessarily did a revolution, but made the genre become something mainstream. I would say.
Yeah.
Like, because after Uncharted, like I said, we got the Reborn Tomb Raider trilogy. We got. I'm trying to think. I could probably if I actually thought about this question, I could probably bring it out. But Uncharted, I think it was one of the things that helped us move away from such a first-person view game, because before Uncharted, like when we're in that I won't say before Uncharted, but even like around Uncharted and like before Uncharted 2, I just say there was a real big focus on everyone trying to make some sort of big ass FPS for everyone to cash in, because Call of Duty was big, Halo was still big. Yeah.
And Halo's big again, but yeah, it did have some rough years.
And so Uncharted was something that helped keep third person games in the spotlight.
What I'll say that I know for sure that God of War did was God of War was Sony's thumb in the eye of games as a service titles.
Yeah.
Like that is one of the big industry things that you are probably still seeing the repercussions of that in a lot of other Sony first party titles, where like at that time when it came out, every motherfucker was trying to give you a service game, right? Like, here is our ongoing game, it's multiplayer. What's single player? You don't need that.
Yeah, no, there was definitely a big thing. I remember there was a lot of articles about some devs saying single-player games are dead.
Yeah. And, like, you saw that, for instance, with the Battlefront reboot that came out in 2015, I think, where EA was just like, fuck story, you just play Star Wars Smash Man. And, do a thing together, do a space thing. That game is also kind of stripped down and arcadey, but, like, that was when EA was peak. Oh, what is single-player games? And, a lot of other developers, followed through with that. Like, obviously, I don't think Bethesda was ever going to abandon shit like Elder Scrolls or whatever. But, like, that's when they were like, Battle Royale games are big. Fallout 76. We can make Fallout a Battle Royale. And everybody was like, this is an awful idea, Todd Howard. What the fuck are you doing? And it was. It was an awful idea. It was a bad idea. And then here we go. Sony is like... believe he has retired now, but Sean Layden at the time.
Yeah, Sean Layden
he made some good work. Yeah, okay. I mean, he was a busy man. He did a lot of work, but he was out here at shit like E3s and Sony pressers being like, no, actually, we believe people still want single-player titles, and if other developers, aren't going to bring them to you, we'll do it. We'll take that money. Mm-hmm. And he was right. God of War was made buku bucks. Last of Us was very successful. Sony has several other, Spider-Man, another major first party, single player only title brought together. And I don't know if that has caused any revolutions, other than I think it has paved the way for even more superhero. Like, superheroes obviously are very popular, but it paved the way for more superhero games. Which resulted in Guardians, a very excellent game. Played it all the way through myself. Big thumbs up from me. Mm-hmm. Might be my game of the year. It's so we have these ups and downs. God of War's impact was probably in companion AI and in just letting developers know, hey guys, there's still a market in single player games. You can make a single story that it's singular. You don't have to worry about your network architecture and all that other bullshit. Make experiences that people want. That was definitely the peak. Everybody's trying to copy Fortnite thing.
Oh yeah.
I think Whereas now our main problem is that Fortnite is everybody has realized that Fortnite is soulless and empty, and it just copies everything else. It is
literally
Fortnite does not exist on its own merit. Fortnite just takes everything and gloobles it all up into one big thing.
Seeing Naruto with a gun though is still one of the most fucking hilarious things.
Oh, it's hilarious. It's you know, it's nonsensical. It's adorable, but also it's like, wow, Fortnite really is just, hey, we don't have original ideas down here. We've just created a platform where everybody else's ideas can come together. There's a market in that, certainly, but it's just, I feel like people have realized that you can't chase the Fortnite dragon because Fortnite is a dragon that chased, right? Like Fortnite drank PUBG's milkshake.
Again, I talked about this before. I honestly wonder how many people remember what actually Fortnite original game was.
I do, but you want to know why I remember? Because Rich just used to do a series called Immersion, where they would basically do like video games and real life shit. People do it now too, but like they had a whole thing about it. Well, they had a sponsored one about OG Fortnite before it became a battle royale. So that's why I will always remember. That was a. I think they did it at like an RTX Australia, so they had a shitload of extras as the zombies. Mm-hmm. You know, back when you could gather in large crowds. And it was funny to pretend that there was a mass infection threatening your life. But they actually did the thing where like the lab rats, the guys testing it, could like build little like playhouse stuff and walls and things and get some shit moved around. You know, like how Fortnite was supposed to work, because it was supposed to be a zombie survival game, because that was the trend before that, because Z and other stuff.
Listen, I'm
Left 4 Dead 2, I think, also contributed. But hey, y'all remember zombie games?
I mean,
a couple.
I'm always down. I'm always down with a good zombie game. But I think I've said this before. I'm always in for crafting, surviving games, and I love a good post-apoc.
Yeah.
Like always.
And to be sure, like that genre has definitely died down, but it was everywhere for a while. By all accounts, like more modern games that are in that line are decent. Back 4 Blood's okay.
I'm sorry, I'm just thinking about bandwagoning. Like, I'm just thinking about Metal Gear Survival. I'm just like, why? Why did this exist?
Yeah. Well, I think it existed because Konami realized that they were going to lose their only other opportunity to make money off that engine forever. Because Kojima was fucking quitting. So they were like, fuck, what do? We spent all these dev dollars on this engine to produce a game that's arguably only 2/3 finished and will not ever be complete because the guy who's making it is leaving because we have been fucking awful to him. What do? Well, we'll just make a shitty battle royale game with it. Which is a damn shame, because the Fox engine they made for Metal Gear Solid 5 is fucking sick. Mm-hmm. Solid techno. Not that Death Stranding is like bad or anything. That wasn't that Guerrilla's proprietary engine as well?
I think so.
Yeah.
Because I do literally think that
Sony let Kojima shop around at all their first-party studios for like tech.
It paid off.
Yeah. He's pretty tight with the Guerrilla guys, I believe. A couple of them are in the game, and you can get holograms for like Aloy and like the little tower guys. You know. But yeah, but it's a terrible shame what happened to the Fox engine that was built for 5, because that was a brilliant piece of technology.
What are they even doing
but
with
yeah,
it right now?
like MOBAs are definitely a bandwagon title. Like the primary sign of a bandwagon does something like explode into the collective consciousness and make money easy. That's arguably why microtransactions are still a thing, though loot boxes are going out of style. Like I think that there was enough pressure from governments about randomized rewards that a lot of places are just like, We'll at least downplay this.
Actually, wait, no, that makes no sense. Never mind. I was about to ask something else. No, wait, that makes sense, because Genshin is still fucking winning awards.
Yes. Don't you mean Genshin?
Genshin, yes.
That is, do you have video game awards? That's something you could work on. You should make sure if you're going to have hosts give awards that you make sure to coach them in how to say the names. Because no offense to that lady, though she was a rando streamer I'd never heard of. But that's absolutely not her fault for not knowing how the fuck you pronounce a gacha game. definitely somebody with the teleprompter should have known before that night that Genshin was going to win the award and like coached her on it. But that's a minor thing. But yeah, like no, they're still winning awards. They had a trailer at the Game Awards, so like I don't think there's like bias against the character gacha style games. Like yes, those have microtransactions. We can debate about the gambly aspect, but I feel like those do not occupy the same mental space as loot boxes.
Mm-hmm.
Like people don't necessarily think of them as the same. And depending on what your schematics for like loot boxes are, in some ways they aren't. Like when Mass Effect 3's multiplayer was actually kind of that way, because you did unlock new character classes through the loot box system, though you didn't have to spend real money, and I don't think I ever did spend real money, and I still got all the classes. It was just a pleasant surprise when I saved up for the biggest big boy box, and I was like, yeah, I can play a human with a katana now. I'm an N7 Shadow. I'm gonna turn invisible and stab you. I will never not talk about how fucking amazing the player was, and how I am so sad it is not in the collection. Though that Legendary Edition did sell super well, so maybe update. I'll even pay for it. Paid update. Legendary Edition Director's Cut. $20 more on the PS5. I don't know. I need to work through some of my Director's Cut and upgrade backlogs. I didn't realize there was quite so much deep ground shit in the intergrade Yuffie stuff, and I'm like, well, fuck, I gotta see this now. As a firm, I don't know about apologist, but as a guy who actually did not, suffer an aneurysm playing Dirge of Cerber, it wasn't that bad, guys. Maybe I just knew. Maybe like 10 to 12-year-old me knew what to expect out of PS2 era Square Enix better. But there's some of those things I need to catch up on. But yeah, I'm trying to think. What are really interesting bandwagon? Like, obviously, we've seen the Breath of the Wild thing, right? Everybody, like, not everybody, but you know what I mean. Like, so many people are doing big, wide open worlds. People argue that like Halo Infinite has that. What are some other games I've played? Like, ooh, big maps all of a sudden. There's a lot. I don't want to say that a game is truly aping Breath of the Wild, though, unless they make a big deal about how you can literally climb everything and go anywhere. Like, in video games, map size just goes up logarithmically. Like, it just increases over time because machines can handle it, right?
Right.
Bigger environments, better boxes, less worry. That's just fairly normal. But there are definitely games that are aping the style. I don't think there's been, like, a new, actually, no. I guess the popularity of Among Us, well, obviously Fortnite had a copy in mind, but, like, that has brought back social deduction games to the forefront. Like, they were always there. We've, I think on camera we've played, like, on streams we've played Werewolf and TTS, right?
Yeah.
We've definitely done it off camera. So, like, social deduction games have always existed. It's just that I don't think until Among Us like really hit the scene, which was a big sleeper hit because remember that game had been out for like 2 years mobile only. Yes, I'm thinking of Genshin. Genshin is absolutely cribbing some Breath of the Wild notes because you can climb everything and glide. But not every game with a huge open world map is copying Breath of the Wild. They're just realizing that they can with technology have things. But, yeah. There's... I guess social deduction is one of the other big fads that came out. But even then, that's not super... I don't know of a lot of games that are really capturing the Among Us lightning.
Well, maybe they're just in development.
Could be. Could be that they're still in dev. Well, we'll see if there's a huge wealth of those kinds of games. I think, honestly, right now, mostly what we're seeing is... like what I'm seeing out of recent announcements is we're just seeing a lot of people, like, because of the industry is so broad, like thanks to that darned Backstreet Boys reunion tour, gaming has grown so much, right? Mm-hmm. That I think we're just seeing the medium broaden out and like even more genres are accessible and are marketable. Mm-hmm. Like you're seeing so many remakes, series continuations, sudden sequels right because the tech is in the right place, the developers are in the right place, and the audience is in the right place for like so many of these titles to hit.
Mm-hmm.
Like Alan Wake 2, 10 years later, you know, they literally just put out the remaster and then just, you know, went out there, you know, and you know, we're hitting the broader audience that so many people can actually like actually be the market for some of this stuff. So it's interesting. It's intriguing. Like hell, I think I don't think we're gonna see a lot of resurgence of MMOs because MMOs are like that. After WoW came out, that was a fad, but then people realized how much of a pain in the ass it is to run one of these things.
Oh yeah.
So like I don't think we'll see a surge in people like trying to ape Final Fantasy 14 necessarily. Though there will certainly be, I definitely think a lot of, you know, big high fantasy multiplayer games will exist.
Oh yeah.
But I definitely feel like right the way things are and like, you know, all the award acclaim, like 14, like you said, sucking in a lot of brand new people, not just, you know, converts from other MMOs, but like actual brand new market being made. Because the game is really well known and really well made. So, you know, will that translate to like other people trying to go for stuff? I don't know. I wonder if like Cyberpunk flopping kind of cooled people on like first-person RPG stuff. That is the other thing, right? Is that like big flops or crashes in games can really fuck up the genre as well. People are like get more hesitant.
People are always a little worried about being associated with, you know, whatever.
Like, I think for a little bit after No Man's Sky came out, like, those kinds of, like, pure open-world, crafty, explory games, like, they definitely didn't get as much marketing share. They didn't really go away, but, like, they became a lot more subtle and weren't as out there as the marketing for No Man's Sky was for a long time. Mm-hmm. And then, obviously, No Man's Sky, they won a fucking award for Best Ongoing Game, like, last year. Like, they've completely turned the game around through ongoing development. So, like, do not be shocked, by the way, people, if Cyberpunk isn't up for that award next year, because that will be a year of patches and hopefully some the next gen update and that free DLC shit. Even though technically already they've added in some, they've patched back in some new content. Like they've added some, re-added some legendary weapons that were cut for time. Like I said, the stuff like the chameleon imp.
Yeah, I'm just gonna block Grand Order Bot. Fuck these people.
So there's always these trends, marketing's, and you see it a lot with movies and as well. How many shows were striving for, you know, historical, gritty drama when Game of Thrones came out? Mm-hmm. Every motherfucker wanted a fantasy wanted a swords and sandals show, but with tits and swearing, blood. And then Game of Thrones flopped at the end. And how many of these titles do you see anymore? Actually, a lot. I think Netflix's second season of Witcher just came out. Lord of the Rings thing we talked about is going to come out. This is the problem. This is why, honestly, you shouldn't bandwagon. Mm-hmm. Because you never know when that thing you're bandwagoning is going to go sour and you're going to be stuck like 2 years into a 3-year dev cycle and you're stuck holding the bag. Mm-hmm. You've missed the trend. But in general, I think what we're seeing a lot right now is a lot of remakes, remastered sequels, and just a lot of like continuations of genres you didn't think were still existing, right? Just shit's coming back. People remember, they have money to spend. There's new audiences. There's stuff coming out. Not to say that like new IP is dead or anything, you know. They're still working on it, but definitely styles of games are like coming and going. It's interesting.
It is interesting.
That was most. I started by talking about my bullet point about Horizon, but talked a lot about game stuff.
As we do.
Okay. Let's see. Well, I think the only other big thing I wanted to talk about. Actually, that wasn't in my notes, but I just remember there's a couple things to talk about. Well, one's just kind of a quick shout out, but and a thing I want to mention. So we'll do that first. I have once again discovered another amazing YouTube channel, and I'm shocked I didn't know about this already because it's quite old, several years old. But Have y'all heard of the YouTube channel The Great War? I'll take your deafening silence as a no. I'm joking. Obviously. But if you've not heard of this YouTube channel, first of all, this is an amazing undertaking by this guy. I think his name is Indy McNeil. He's a historian. Way back at the 100-year anniversary of World War I, the Great War, he started a weekly YouTube show where he recapped that week in the war 100 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, architecture. And apparently he's done the whole thing. Okay, so people have heard of it. Yeah, I hadn't heard of it, probably because 7 years ago when it started, I wasn't necessarily following along. But yeah, I've watched a few episodes, and I can easily, they're like 10 minutes long. I'm like, God, I would get lost in this series if I ever needed to kill time. And they've got like bonus episodes talking about like supplementary stuff about, tech, political views, other stuff like that. I got recommended a top 10 obscure weapons video. I gotta watch this. I knew most of it. That's because I did a lot of... But if I ever wanted to... actually, hell, if I think I've already gotten... some inspiration from watching the first couple episodes talking about setup and... Like, if I ever wanted to... I shouldn't phrase it like if I ever wanted to... When I want to nail down some more of my, like, high-level and even lower-level, like, timeline fluff stuff for setup for Mages of War, that channel has definitely given me some inspiration. I have not dived fully into watching all of it, but I have seen a couple episodes, and I'm like, God, I gotta recommend this to Lucky, but also I gotta shout it to the audience if they heard this guy. Mm-hmm. Which clearly several of you have. That's nice. It's just The Great War on YouTube. It has a whole ass playlist series, so you can watch from the beginning. I also appreciate what he did for the first 3 episodes was he talked about leading up to the actual declaration of war, and only by the 3rd episode does he actually talk about the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand. Like, everything else is setting up why Austria-Hungary is so war-hungry and, like, why everybody is ready to rock and roll through this series of treaties. And it also reminds... Lucky, you definitely will be interested because he has a lot of comments about like early like how everybody's like state of warfare was changing and like logistics and stuff.
Oh yeah.
The German advance on France was so powerful because they remembered to use their railroads, and also they were like they had a incredible amount of mobility. They were using cars, trains. They were supplying soldiers with meals off wagons.
Oh, interesting.
Field canteens and stuff.
Yeah.
So like. They were already at that stage by like World War I, and I think the chuck wagon was around since like the Civil War, but that's an American thing. But like, strongly compared to say the Austro-Hungarians, who were not as technologically advanced, didn't know what the fuck they were doing with logistics, and were way slower.
If I remember correctly, wasn't Austro-Hungarians still have cavalry, like honest to God cavalry?
Yeah, I mean everybody had cavalry units to start with, but yes, they were making heavy use of cavalry when they invaded Serbia. It also talks a little bit about how, some guys did some of the war crimes.
As you do.
But also talked about, like, how like, interesting that was because, like, it's very funny considering how we've already done, 24 episodes of our Kelbalon campaign, our South Africa campaign, where you guys play Stahl, the Germany stand-in. Mm-hmm. But it's very funny to go back and listen to this because you guys are primarily fighting... the Britannian Commonwealth because you're fighting South Africa.
Yeah.
I didn't realize this as strongly, but before the war, Berlin was a major social and educational center. Everybody wanted to go get educated in Germany.
Yeah.
And like German fashion and stuff was very popular. I don't think I'd ever heard that spelled out straight away that way. But also, like culturally and industry-wise, the Germans and the British were real buddy-buddy. Like they actually like strongly admired each other's like heavy levels of industrialism. The Germans were very jealous of British colonies, and like the German public did not want to go to war with Britain because they thought we were tight, and that makes sense because Britain has a lot of history hating the French, and also has a lot of history being Germanic, so it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And as you guys probably know this fact, especially from this funny internet comic, but Britain was not, even though they were technically in the treaty, the Triple Entente with France and Russia, they were not eager to get into the war until Germany invaded neutral Belgium, and then Britain was like, well, now hold on. We've guaranteed Belgian neutrality. If you do that, we can't not fight. What's that? You've done a war crime in Belgium? Put the kettle on. British Expeditionary Force to France. Another fun fact, the British had at the time of the war, the British had the only professional military fighting force. They had less men, but they were all volunteers who were paid. They were not conscripts or levies. The British learned... it's very funny how the British and Americans are in that war. We both had experience with what the kids these days call colonial warfare. Mm-hmm. At the start of the war, America and Britain, I think, were the only army using sidearms that had large caliber rounds. Obviously, the M1911 was adopted in 1911, and the British were on the Webley 455 at that period. Because we were out in the woods fighting bush wars with people, where having a bullet that actually stops a man is important. Everybody else was using, very small caliber pistols because, like, the sidearm was so the officer could, like, keep discipline and shoot his own guys, or maybe shoot himself if he was about to be overrun. The idea that you actually hit people with sidearms was different. In the rare video weapons video, they do talk about the Mondragon rifle, the semi-automatic rifle, which is obviously some of our fan will be familiar with that because that was the very clear stand-in or what the stand-in was in Saga of Tanya for the main rifles used by them. And I also imported that to Mages of War as one of the standard issue possible rifles, the Scout rifle, because mages fly. Because nothing if shy about where I bandwagon from. But yeah, like I always thought that was very funny. Of like, oh, no wonder you like it works out so naturally that you like. Obviously, we talked about this. We did it because mages have their own way of doing things. But it makes sense how you guys would be so cordial with the British neighbors because like neither of you guys really wants to fight this war, but now you're in it, and nobody wants to really end up in a prison camp for the rest of the war.
Nope.
Possibly, I think we have even more excuse for why your character has the PTSD. Maybe you spent some time in Belgium.
Yeah.
Like I've already thought about how I'm going to do that in my notes because we like to talk about how
one day
we'll just usually think about preserving life and stuff, and I'm like, no, I think I've got the solution. Like while mages are not prone to max executions of civilians, the personality of the stall, the German mages we've described. Now, hey, it's this motherfucker again. I have never played a single hour of Final Fantasy XIV, but I have seen this shit a lot. This one must be popular. But they're already known for like being very like disciplined and straightforward. And my immediate thought is, no, I know what it is. When we started the war, we're talking about like growing. Like learning new tactics and stuff. These mages were probably not used to urban warfare, so the standard the SOP for a guy leans out of his house and leans out of his window and shoots a hunting rifle at you or throws a firebomb at you would probably be barrier, throw a fireball back. Mm-hmm. Well, when you've burned down a couple of apartment buildings that way, you probably realize maybe this isn't the best strategy. Like it's definitely an emphasis that magic can have a lot of collateral damage. So like that's probably what I'm going to be like is like. Yeah, no, German mages probably blow up a lot of city blocks trying not to get shot. And then do they realize, like, oh, wait, fuck, we're doing this war wrong. We need to work on that. What's that? There's already propaganda about us in the British papers? Well, shit.
I mean, that's how you do. I was like, behold, we are in a new situation that we didn't entirely plan for. Oh, no, we fucked up. Oh, now we're the villains? Well, shit.
I also, my once again, following from real life, my reasoning for why the Austro-Hungarians, which I think my standalone name was Ostmark. I could go look it up, but I'm just going to trust myself. Ostmark. The reason why maybe they did some war crimes against the Serbs is because they're very upset that Archduke Ferdinand got shot because I'd make up his name, but like I'm going to go with like from what the history I learned about him. He was from like an aristocratic dynasty. He'd probably be a mage. His wife would probably be non-magic. I'm gonna say the assassins were not magic because I like to have magic, non-magic people cause problems.
Mm-hmm.
And so perhaps the Ostmark mages are a little annoyed at these, what they would see as these backward Serbian peoples, capping one of their great bloodline in the streets. Because he couldn't get a barrier up because he wasn't a military mage and he wasn't expecting. Oh, hey, well, that's one of those guys is one of them Reaper classes, isn't he?
Yeah.
I see him wearing a black trench coat and with a large pointy stick.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy aesthetics, everybody.
Look at me in my fucking fur-lined trench coat and my fucking flaming katana, though.
Oh, yeah, you are also very, very Final Fantasy aesthetic right now. You would fit right in like 7 or 8.
But no, like I'm excited about it. You said it's a Great War. Like actually, if I go in your fucking history,
you'll find it. I think I re-upped some of the videos, but yeah, it's the channel is literally just called The Great War, and he's got a playlist that's like chronological, and you just start. And I had to stop myself one evening because I was like, if I don't stop watching these videos, I will never stop. Because like some people are really into the World War II aesthetic, whether that's World War II shooters or other games like media, whatever. And I'm not against it, but I definitely have found an interesting, not affinity, but like I just find the concept of the Great War very interesting about how it was such a revolutionary industrial war.
It was a clusterfuck, but yes.
Yeah, like it was the first modern war, right? Like it completely changed how we, in the sense of like our current modern ethos of warfare, it completely changed how countries did battle, organized, like so many new technologies were invented as a result. I forgot what it's called. There's a new World War I movie coming out. It's about the tunneling war. I'm super excited for it.
Oh, the tunnels underneath Britain? Or no, not that.
The tunnels in France, the mining mission where they buried bombs under the German lines.
Yeah. Set off such a huge explosion.
Yeah. One of the biggest detonated bombs in history. Apparently, it's being dramatized as a movie. But they look like they're hitting the right historical notes. Like they talk about like the guys they get for this excavation plan are like fucking tin and coal miners from like Cornwall and shit, which they were. They were not soldiers. They were guys who were used to being underground and they didn't know shit about soldiering. And I don't know if the officers hated them, but the actual like British officers did not like them because they were on like a secret project you couldn't talk about. But they didn't act like soldiers. They didn't salute. They had like twice the rum rations of a normal soldier. And like so they got all these weird privileges for like digging in the dirt. But also it was horrifying work because they were digging in the dirt under no man's land. And this is in the trailers and stuff. The Germans were also doing this. They were countermining.
Yeah.
So like it's like there was a whole underground level of warfare. I even took some of this knowledge into Mages of War. Like that's one of the unit specializations. You can be a tunneling company. So like I don't know why my interest got caught about this, but it's a period of history I've always been fascinated why. And I also the other thing I think is because like in our modern context, World War II is it should be very cut and dry. I mean, okay, there's that whole thing where Stalin switched sides. That was interesting. Cold War that happened, that whole thing. That's a thing. But like the rise of Japanese imperialism and German fascism, very clearly very not good ideologies. And I'm not going to say that like we didn't do some bad stuff in the war too, because we certainly did. But I don't want to say we did it for the right reasons, but like it's very easy to see that one side was very, very bad, and one side was only the normal amount of bad in war. So it's a field where it's like I feel like a lot of people are nerds about World War II, and I'm just like, yeah, it's cool. It's an interesting time period, but
like, nah, like World War I is
overblown.
World War I is like people don't understand. It was the first World War, man. it was on a scale of like nothing we ever been in. We implemented mines like technology from the world over. People were going places they've never been before. Fuck.
Yeah, and it was a true world war. You know, even talked about this in the Great War. Like, it was early that the fighting spilled onto other continents. It was first on Europe, but like there were already the very famous incident where I think it was on Lake Togo, a British gunboat captured a German gunboat.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was within like week 2 or 3. Like once we started going, it was everywhere, and it was really intriguing. You know,
World War I was good. Like World War II, the thing that always makes me like go wow about World War II wasn't like land battles. It's always the naval battles of World War II. I'm just like, Jesus fuck.
Yeah. World War I had its naval intensity as well, but carriers didn't exist until basically the end of the war. Like, air power was completely different. What World War I was good for was, if you're ever interested in U-boat stuff, that was really the golden age of U-boating because air power was so limited. When you get to World War II, there's this wonderful thing where, we built heavy bombers and strategic aircraft who can hang around in the air for forever. And radio exists. And guys, did you know there are some oceans that are really clear, like the Mediterranean?
Yeah, the Med's. I've been in the Med. It's so beautiful.
Yeah. So in World War II, U-boats in the Med got utterly shellacked by Allied anti-sub warfare because we could put guys up in like Liberators or Flying Fortresses for literal hours and do nothing but eyeball the ocean and be like, "Hey, is that a sub down there? Call home."
Listen, guys, subs don't travel like, fathoms deep. They usually stay just below the surface because it's
they need to be able to see, and you need to be at a range where you can fire. Like at that time anyway, you need to be at a range where you can fire torpedoes because I think torpedoes had primitive guidance, but it was mostly so they would keep going straight.
Yes.
Like, this is not like Cold War Hunt for the Red October, like, homing torpedo shit. This is like, you got to be close. And honestly, I know this from World War I U-boating, but I'm pretty sure it was true for II as well. You don't use torpedoes if you don't have to.
No,
you can only carry so many of those.
They're expensive, they're unreliable, and Jesus fucking Christ, if you miss...
Your rate of fire is slowed. You have to have guys in the torpedo mechanics room, like, open hatch, load torpedo, close hatch, fire torpedo, it was much more cost-effective to either surface and fire the deck gun, which is a normal crude piece of warfare, or at least what I know what they did in World War I. You know what they did even more was they would pop out, they would flag a ship down, they would go in a dinghy, an inflatable rowboat, would go over to that boat, hop on, and be like, "Yes, hello, we have come to search you. What's this? You are carrying contraband." They would stick jellied night, primitive plastic explosives below the waterline, and they would scuttle that boat. Don't even have to spend a fucking deck round. And they could do this because they were armed with deck guns and Maxim guns and, boats full of sailors with Mausers and stuff. But World War II had even more, like, carrier escalate, like, naval escalation and then the birth of the carrier group and stuff.
Yeah, this is one of the problems that happens, but because we had such long grades, this is when bombing missions became a huge thing. And shit got
I've watched with some of the other new YouTube channel thing I talked about, like the operations room. Like, if you watch some of their videos about long range operations, like for instance the campaign against the Bismarck.
Yeah.
God, the British hucked so many long range bomber missions at that boat.
Listen, the Bismarck went down fucking swinging, y'all.
Yeah, no. And they had to concentrate on it because the problem with the Bismarck was it was a big enough boat that it could fuck up any normal Allied shipping convoy. And it was important to have these shipping convoys because these convoys were going through the Northern Sea route to Russia because, Germany almost, tickled Stalingrad.
Tickled.
Yeah, they got within spitting distance. It was bad. Bad news bears. So those guys needed support desperately, otherwise that front was going to cave in, and that would not have gone well. Because, on the other side, the Allies had to retake all of Europe. D-Day and all that stuff. So the Bismarck is running around in the North Sea, you know, gunning down convoys and just fucking off to occupied like Sweden, Norway.
Yeah, I think it was after they took out the Bismarck took out the HMS Hood that they basically went all in on taking.
Yeah, that was when Britain was like, all right, priority number one, we have to sink the Bismarck, and they just fucking threw bombers into the northern sky to go hunt down the Bismarck in these giant flight missions, some of which were carrier launched, and some of which were strategic bombing runs from the British Isles.
Yeah, I think the most credit went to, if I remember, Ark Royal, because Ark Royal was actually able to get a hit on its rudder system, which slowed it the fuck down. Otherwise, it might have gotten away, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and the boat was hit several times. At one point, some of these bombers were like, some of these ships were grounded. Like, they literally like, all right, this boat's not going anywhere. We're going to turn it into a coastal defense hull because we can't move it. We've blown it up.
Actually, I think there was some studies later that the Bismarck wasn't actually sunk, but the crew scuttled it themselves. If I remember.
Yeah, I believe that may be the current scholarly research is that they were just like, all right, fuck it, we can't let them steal the boat.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to disable us. We got to get rid of it. Ditch the boat.
Guys, you understand that we enjoy learning stuff about World War I and II? It's fascinating.
We like military history.
We do.
Because you can apply a lot from it. Obviously, like I said, I wrote a whole RPG about a fictitious version of the war, blending the fantastical with the very industrial, because that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Also, like I said, that whole setting of like the first modern war against this, like, you know, noblesse oblige kind of thing is also really interesting thematically.
Well, yeah, that's one of the things I like. I think that's what they say. World War I was like the last gentleman's war, I believe.
Well, yeah, because like all, you know, officer corps were classically trained. When it started, this was in the Great War. The French were still wearing bright blue uniforms with red pantaloons, until they realized that that was bad.
Yeah, once we start getting trench warfare,
the Germans were wearing, I believe it is it Febelgrau? They were wearing what they called field gray uniforms. They were gray. Like smoke and like early morning light. So while it wasn't proper camouflage in that it didn't hide an individual from sight, it made it really hard to pick out how many soldiers were in a mass at a distance, which is very important because World War I was the first artillery war. The first modern artillery war, I should say. Like, Napoleon loved his cannons, but Napoleonic artillery is vastly different from German railborne artillery and shit.
I mean, this is still like talking about, you know, like 10-pounders and whatnot. Not, you know, fucking... I can't think of any artillery models off the top of my head, but, you know, thinking...
Oh, I mean, like, 105, 120 millimeter like,
howitzers.
We still use modern military... We still use calibers from that war. You know, 80 millimeters, 88 millimeters, and stuff like that. Like, the gun systems are slightly different, but we're still using shells not unlike what they were using in that First World War, in the Great War. And like I said, there were so many, like, weird cunning ideas. Like, obviously, railways are great, right? You can fit a lot of guys on them. You can fit a lot of gear on them. What crazy motherfucker thought, wait, what if we don't take the gun off the rail car? What if we just drive the gun to where it needs to go and shoot it from the tracks, and then we can fuck off? Like, and obviously, like, on the one hand, that's horrifying. Those guns are enormous. They can reach so far. You know, they shelled Paris for all, you know, at one point. But, like, on the other hand, it's like, who comes up with this? Like, you know, flamethrowers. Flamethrowers were developed to clear trenches and bunkers because... I haven't actually watched the Great War to this point, and maybe I should actually get into the first, like, trench warfare. Because, like, the pre-trench warfare is just... It is absolutely clown shoes, my dude.
Yeah, it's
everybody thinks it's still Napoleonic. Like, everybody thinks that all they need to do is, like, get a good cavalry charge or volley fire at, like, blocks of enemies, and they'll rout. That's not what happened. By the time we get to retreating, the casualties are enormous. You know, within the first couple weeks, I think we got to 6 digits of dead. Which is just insane because people are running around in fields and forests shooting at each other with these rifles in open terrain where artillery can get. And, like, it's just so bananas. It's how Germany makes so much headway. Also, this is pre-armored vehicle. Armor didn't exist yet. Armored cav was invented by the Allies to break trenches. So like it's so interesting to hear these convos, and then like to think about like the kind of stories you can tell, how you can relate this to modern life, and also how you can just let people know, because I feel like for a long time the sequel really overshadowed the original in people's minds.
Well, I think it's on account of the tragedies. That's it. Really is. Those were those.
I think it's that, and I think it's also the immediate political outcome of that war was much more tangible to people because the Cold War went on so long.
Yeah, like because honestly, at the end of World War I, everyone slapped Germany. And it's like, all right, we're done. Everyone get to the spoils. Let's move on with our lives. But post World War II, it's like I said, there was dealing with Japan. There was dealing with Germany again. There was now the new problem with Russia. Naval warfare.
The Iron Curtain. We split it.
Mm-hmm. It's
World War II was the first nuclear war.
Yep.
Which is obviously like very influential to the ongoing collective consciousness.
So the World War I was important in its own way, but World War II had much longer lasting implications.
And certainly like politically we have tangled with this kind of like neo-Nazi skinhead type of fascism for a long time as a result as well. Not that you can't say that some political ramifications of the First World War have stuck around, as the Russian Revolution, which created the Soviet Union, occurred during the Great War. The Russian Civil War started as a result of how much money and lives Russia was spending, and also how much food they were not eating. And so they got a little bothered at the Tsar. It was very awkward. That was our first test scenario, was technically a Russian Civil War scenario in Mages of War, where you guys were American Expeditionary Force in Siberia. Because the Red and the White Russians were fighting. It's very unfortunate. Also, that really set up... I think that's probably where Japan got some of its ideas for that whole Greater Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere, because they obviously had just had taken that swing at the Sino-Japanese War.
Yeah.
And the Russo-Japanese War, where the Russians got... By the way, the Russians got absolutely clown-shoesed by the Japanese.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of bloody battles, but Russia was not expecting Japan to be so fucking fierce.
No, and the Russians were not. It's funny how some of these trends continue. You think they would have learned their lessons, but it's funny how the Russian leadership was not on point and just they were not playing the game smart. Mostly, I've heard about some major naval embarrassments the Russians had because guess what? The Japanese were learning their naval warfare from the Brits. Oh, yeah. They were busy modeling their navy after the British Navy, which was a big fucking deal. Because, British had a lot of empire to manage at that time. The sun never sets and all. So, yeah. But there's a lot of... And, I'll say this, I think the Second World War also for, if you're talking about, certain interesting technologies, that's where, different I talked about strategic bombing and B-52s and long-range bomber stuff was that was the first one where that happened. There were heavy strategic bombings in World War I. That was where we had fucking Zeppelins, talking about cool tech, and interesting ideas. They used Zeppelins to deliver bombs. Yes, it's kind of dumb and nonsense, but damn. But great, the great tank warfare, because World War I tanks are just, harebrained, brute force blocky machines.
Hey, they're first gen. They're not going to be pretty.
Well, and you say they're first gen. You can tell how experimental the technology is by how rapidly they iterated. I think the British started with their Mark I tank. I think they ended the war on the Mark 8 or Mark 9. They iterated that shit fast because that's how experimental it was.
Well, again, trench. We literally went from dudes in a box walking, firing volleys to everyone in fucking trenches, no one poking their head out, otherwise they're gonna get fucking shelled.
Yeah, they're gonna get shelled or sniped.
Yep. So they're all right, we need something that can move and something that will not get blowed up. Yeah. Go.
Oh yeah, no. The Mark I land ship is literally just a metal box with a giant combustion engine and two, tractor treads. I think it's built on a tractor engine. Like, they were like, okay, we need something that can cross trenches and deliver we need basically a moving bunker, because we'd realized how good bunkers were, right? Mm-hmm. Like, that was the bunker was another one of the great inventions of the war. Like, obviously, fortresses, right, were a revolutionary technology during the Napoleonic era, star forts and all that kind of stuff. But a star fort is pretty big. I've been in some, actually. I've been in historical, like, Spanish forts in Florida. They're sizable. A bunker doesn't have to be sizable. A machine gun position can be tiny. You know, it's like 3 dudes in a concrete box.
Yeah, no. World War I really, like, I guess what I could term as rapid fortification.
Yes.
Basically,
we talk about how we love logistics. World War I was a logistics war. Like, we talked about rail line support. This was the first war fought when automobiles existed. There's a very famous story, and the Great War goes into this because it was early on, but he talks about how it may or may not have been as impactful as people say it was. But lucky, I don't know if you've heard this story, but I'll tell the audience if they haven't. But early war, as by the way, within the first month, the Germans came close to capturing Paris. But as the Germans are sidling up to Paris with the French forces and the British Expeditionary Force there, the French commanding general had the brilliant idea to mobilize forces rapidly. He hired every cab driver in Paris to transport troops.
Oh, I did hear this, yeah.
Yes. Because this was the first warfare of in the automotive era. A lot of the soldiers had not been in an automobile, but he hired every hack cab in Paris to drive these guys to the front lines. And again, like I said, it's debatable how much of an effort it was. And to be fair to those cabbies, their meters were running. They made money on this. But, like, that's how new this shit was. Talk about the fucking airplane. Powered flight had only existed for, like, less than a decade, I think.
Yeah.
So, like, somebody brought up the fact that the Red Baron was a cavalryman. Lots of pilots were cavalrymen, actually. They switched to aviation because the both sides realized that traditional cavalry warfare was dead. And traditionally, cavalry was one of the disciplines for the gentleman, because you had to have experiences with horses. Not every, them urban working class are not going to know how to ride a horse. So equestrians have usually been upper class forces. That's how it was for the Romans, because Roman soldiers had to afford their own gear. So a freeman can be expected to buy himself a lorca and a sword and shield. An equites. A literal equestrian, it's where the term comes from, had to afford to pay and upkeep his own horse. So being cavalry was, like, noble and shit. So guess what? They moved all those guys to the Flying Corps. Put them in through 2 weeks of flight training and wouldn't give you a fucking parachute.
God,
I've heard the story for why British aviators, anyway, didn't get parachutes was because the high command was afraid that if they were armed with parachutes, the crews would abandon perfectly good aircraft.
Honestly, it was probably, like, I know it's a dick thing to say, but they were probably very fucking valid. Like,
I mean, it's valid, but, well, I mean, think about this. Like, biplanes and like, trifoils and monoplanes in those days were just fucking canvas and balsa wood.
Yeah, no, they were not armored at all. They were as light as fucking possible. You got into a dogfight, one of those, like, I don't know what the air...
Well, and also think about the difference between World War I and World War II. Do you know what World War I fighter planes were packing?
What?
Light machine guns. Literally the same shit that people were using on the ground.
Yeah, like, no, you tear through any sort of, like, plane in an instant. God.
Yeah, but, like, they were packing anti-infantry weapons or anti-plane weapons. Flash forward to World War II. Fighter planes were equipped with heavy machine guns, 20mm autocannons, 50 cals, the Ma Deuce.
Yeah, but they also was able to.
But yeah, engines were more powerful. They were actually made of, like, plate steel and stuff. You could take hits. Mm-hmm. But while they were flimsy, on the other hand, I can totally see that logic. Like, because if you get shot up with a couple of stray rounds in your tail, the panels get penetrated. But so long as they don't sever the control surfaces, your plane is fine. It's just got a couple holes in it. Mm-hmm. But you might think, oh shit, we've been hit. We need to bail out.
Yeah, like I said, it's a dick thing to think, but listen, you're in so much experimental technology. You don't know how this is gonna happen.
And to be real, The plane cost way more than those pilots. I said it was like a 3-week or like 4-week training course in pilot school. Like they, I did the Battlefield 1 tutorial for plane flighting, where you're just some rando pretending to be an upper class gentleman, by the way, because of course you are.
Tally ho.
You do the in-game tutorial where you accidentally shoot down a couple of planes, and it's like, yeah, no, this is literally what flight school was like. A guy sat in your back seat and took you out and made you do some maneuvers. And they're like, all right, cool, you know how to fly, let's go, bye. To the front. Also, yes, the earliest planes were just for scouting. By the way, speaking of another thing that was revolutionized, photography.
Oh yeah.
The first ever aerial recon photography was World War I. They had literally the guy in your back seat would lean over the side and take a fucking picture.
Didn't we have our first cameras in there too? I mean, first
yes. First video camera. Yeah, we have video footage from World War I.
Yeah,
I think it's colorized in some places, but like, yeah, no, we, and you might not think that's a big deal, but for reconnaissance and for informatics, like tactics, having footage and having access to real-to-life photographic images is revolutionary for tactics, reconnaissance, and for learning from your mistakes.
Listen, drawn intel is okay, but it's drawn.
Yeah,
it is never perfect.
You are always thirsty for more intel in the field, and when you can fly over a German trench position, take a picture, and go, okay, maybe we're too high up, we can't count how many guys they have, but that trench is big enough to hold 200 guys, and oh, that's a bunker there, oh, that's another bunker there, oh, that's a third bunker back there behind that hill we can't see from our trench. That's neat. Because obviously you had field glasses during this time, and even before that, but, you know, like I said, that's all line of sight. That's why they built trenches, so you would be obscured. You know, that's why they invented the periscope rifle. Which, yes, was an actual thing they would do. They would look over the fucking trenches with periscopes, and then they would learn to take shots. I think they would even take camera footage that way through periscopes and mirrors. Like, it's so... We're once again down this World War I rabbit hole, but it's so interesting to think about because so many new technologies were invented, and it changed things forever. I think landmines were like invented for the war. Certainly certain types of bombing, you know, like obviously bombing from planes was brand new. But like I said, even by the end of the war, we were getting to heavy bombers and strategic bombing, you know. And it's such a fascinating time period, and you can learn a lot from history, both to like actually appreciate what the fuck is going on, and also to take how weird and like experimental and honestly fucked up history is and apply it to fiction, because we do it all the time. I just talked about how after Game of Thrones came out, there was this whole fad for like gritty, you know, medieval history, which I certainly think like that kind of like noble houses stuff can be super interesting too. There's a lot of good games about that, but like you can learn a lot to like reflect on modern society these ways and like make people think stuff. It's good. It's interesting. Also, yes, aircraft pilots were armed with pistols. Now, you may wonder, why do they have pistols if they don't have parachutes? Well, it's because if you're going to crash, you can take care of yourself before you get on the ground. So there's a lot of really interesting... And definitely a chunk of that historical warfare stuff has also been from another YouTube channel I've been watching a lot. I think I talked about this on Steam and on the other WhatsApp. I'm watching a lot of Remy Down Under Gaming.
Yep.
See, he, I know, is a big nerd about World War II. He plays a shitload of Hearts of Iron 4, which is basically a World War II sim. It's made by the Crusader Kings guys. So you know what's up. It's paired. And you know, does a lot of interesting stuff with that. He plays a lot of RTS games and stuff. Lots of weird one-offs. You know, if you look, he goes through the history of interesting videos. Like I said, it's definitely influenced my my Steam wishlist a lot. I have added Hearts of Iron 4, for instance, and some other stuff. But I mostly got back into watching his stuff because I was watching a lot of his Arma 3 content because I was mining that for Star Wars, because we are back on Star Wars.
Yes, we are.
We have completed the double attack strategy, and we can probably talk about that now. It's the last thing in my notes, getting back into Star Wars. But definitely, I have been seeking out some of this kind of content because I need to get like I need to leave the cyberpunk zone and I need to get my brain back in the mood for like writing space opera military fiction with a dash of like Uncharted Tomb Raider shenanigans. There's still some stuff. We'll see there. But yeah, so I've already used this to like mine out my brain for like even further scenarios and more fun stuff to take in there next, as well as thinking about the kinds of things we can do currently. But yeah, now we've been back at Star Wars, and we did both. It took 2 sessions. We did both sessions of our Big Boy Star Wars. Sorry, I was distracted by that. Whatever that tiny race guy was with that, probably a Lalafell, but he had a giant glowing purple thing. Was that a Dragoon?
Yes, that is a Dragoon.
Adorable. That stick is so huge, and he or she is so small.
Yeah, those are Lalafells.
I mean, I know it, but at the same time, it's always hilarious to see, like, just watching from the sidelines as you play 14 is, like, so many funny moments of just, like, I'm watching the preview screen roll by, and then something weird will pop up, and I'm just like, eh. Sometimes I feel like pointing it out to the audience as well, just to make sure they're paying attention. And, well, if you're audio listening, well, I appreciate your $1.
Yay, $1.
Sorry, I'm rolling my... I've been sitting here for a little bit. We're coming up on 3. But, yeah, so we got back to Star Wars. We can talk about that whole experience. I can talk a little about, like, designing and running it.
Yeah, go for it.
So that was kind of interesting because it was, like you said, you guys settled on the... And we talked about this in weeks past. We settled on the two-pronged thing.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a little interesting to work on. I think it worked out okay, especially once it stopped being two-pronged in the second part. Spoilers. But I like how I called my shot. I was like, I'm going to write my notes like how they're supposed to be written, obviously. I'm going to account for the possibility that failure could occur. But I am also writing this assuming that Lucky is going to succeed at his half of the mass combat, which Lucky did, by the way, solo. Only Lucky rolled checks. He didn't do any additional checks to like affect the dice pool or anything. It was all just in like pre-prep and logistics. And yeah, no, you cruised it pretty good.
I mean, well, again, it is like one of the things my character is literally built to do.
No, but like and I like that we can have like collectively you and I can both have that confidence for like, yeah, no, you can run this scenario solo, and I know you can run this scenario solo, and even though I'm, you know, I threw the full like five upgrades at you, you know, and stuff like that. It's like, I did all my phases, and I had my gotchas, and I, you know, when I got my opportunity to spend some despair, I was like, haha, I take away your things, Edward.
Yeah, and it was good. Like I will say, like I was a little sweaty at that boss fight. I was like, ooh, no, he getting me. Ooh, oh no. Yeah,
that was interesting. That was like it was a little slap fighty. Because I didn't give him extra activations because it wasn't necessarily meant that hard mode. But like, well, that was an interesting back and forth where like he was doing chip damage, but he was still doing chip damage, you know. And because I was doing chip damage, I could actually do crits. So I slapped you with a lot of crits.
Yep.
But you also discovered a strategy of like hitting him for like straining him out, which was like at one point you dumped like I think like 15 strain on him out of like 26. You took him to like 2/3, and I was like, what, Reggie? I had to like focus on spending like advantages to heal strain and stuff. That was an interesting encounter. I think it showcased that guy has definitely been upgraded since the last time you met him, but still has a couple tricks up his sleeve. It'll be interesting when you guys run into him next. Because, you know, he skedaddled. I was awful at that, by the way. I had to spend a point on it. But, you know, that was a fun little interaction. That was much more dramatic and life-threatening than the Buzz Droid encounter, which was not bad. But I knew that would be. I wanted that to be maybe a little more dicey. I like that I was able to turn it into a complication because of tech limitations. Lot's character was only armed with a, you know, literal perma-glowing lava rock as a knife. So I was like, all right, we're going to start a small fire. So sometimes I think it's just because of Loth's natural nature. Like Loth's a funny man, but also he slides very easily into almost like Marvin the Paranoid Android role of just like, oh gee, I guess I'm getting shit on again.
Yeah,
I deserve this because of all the bad puns I made in the part 1. So what I'm saying is that Loth very naturally slides into the comedic role. and he doesn't really mind it. And sometimes he slides into the comedic role almost not to be comedic, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like he starts to get a little sassy pants, but that sometimes only just furthers to make funny.
I mean, I'm eternally laughing about the jam.
Yes. Yeah, those guys discovered it late in the first run of the session, a dominant strategy. So, obviously, like I said, Lucky's half of the plan went out without a hitch.
That's why I was so confident to send everyone else on the other mission.
And give them every possible advantage. And even then, got a little dicey a couple of times. So, like, that one I think flowed very well. I made sure to write, all this fluff we got in there. We, really describing our segments and stuff happening, you and me spent a lot of time drilling down on what your unit comp was, and letting you pick all your options.
Again, I love logistics. God damn it.
Yeah. Well, and I like that kind of that level of like planning and association for the players. Like, it makes you feel more invested when we discuss these plans back and forth. I lay out these options, or I remind you of what kind of things you have, and you're like, I want to take this, and this, and then we're like, okay, and then I can spin that into the narrative of like, so you're sending this unit to go do this, or because you've got this, you can do this, and other things like that, and it rolls back into the role playing, because I know that's what players like to see what they put out come back to them, basically. Mm-hmm. Well, most players do. Definitely, I think most of my players. You guys like to. I hope anyway. You guys enjoy when you put something out there. It like goes out into the world. I take that and I roll it back up and I pitch it back. Whether that's like a subplot or just a fun boss, or it's just, I see you have these skills on your sheet. I will therefore make a challenge about this.
Oh no,
what's this? You have a pathfinding saboteur? What if I wrote a pathfinding survival scenario where you go to bomb a thing? To be fair, you guys had options for that, but
I definitely went out of my way to try and get something that Axe would probably enjoy a lot more.
Especially considering, like, I don't want to say Axe himself, because I think he seemed like he had some fun running around doing some things, smashing some buttons, but Axe's character definitely was a little cockblocked by the previous scenario, because there was absolutely a stealth mission in there. You could have Metal Gear Solid it, but you guys decided it was way easier with the splitting the party thing to be like, and also way more appropriate to Marth's character Wevu, who literally has ground and air superiority as her special duty thing.
Like, this was something I actually wanted to bring up with Axe, but at one point Axe tried to fire back, but because fire back, I mean, it's all like, I'm just going off on my own to do the thing over at the other side, and I didn't get necessarily a chance to explain my reasoning. But the reason why I felt that was okay is because, yes, while I was by myself doing the one thing I'm really good at, the other three characters are still out doing something, contributing to the mission.
And I deliberately ran the scenario in such a way so that it was at least before you accidentally overtook them, because they had a little, like, I may have wrote this way so that, like, I was assuming that if they succeeded, they would do minimum damage. It would take, so many tries, but they got a little dicey in there, and they couldn't necessarily super augment their dice pools until that final wave where you brought in yet another source of help.
Yeah, but
and also gave them like reinforcements twice over, so their dice pools were bigger.
Yeah, but let me finish my thought. And so with me like running the thing by myself, all three of the other player characters will still be contributing to the mission in their own ways and whatnot. If we had went with the stealth mission, that focus would have been solely more on Axe's character and what he can do, because he would be taking the lead with, the stealth thing, the blowing up, and a lot of the combat, where the rest of us would only really be able to help with, the combat.
Yes. You guys are bad at sneaking and are not shy about saying so.
Yeah, so that's one of those reasons why, like, if Axe had put up a fight for it, I would have said, all right, it's your show, but you're going to have to deal with a bunch of people twiddling their thumbs behind their back.
Mm-hmm. And when we decided on the mass combat, I wrote some stealthier options, but those you guys genuinely did decide, and I say you guys, it was mostly the other three, because you tried to stay a little hands-off, but you offered advice.
I tried, yeah.
But you guys collectively decided, yeah, that would be cool, but also that would, that would put our forces at undue risk, so we don't want to do that. Like, they could have sent commandos to, like, infiltrate up into the base. I even, Camo was on the ground, and he surveyed that so good he even found the secret spillways to like skedaddle up there. And he didn't roll any threat in his check, so they weren't filled with mines. I had a couple of threat options if you guys did weird on your recon, but you sent literally the best observer went out, and only he went out, so it went off flawlessly.
Yep.
And I gave you the option of like, hey, you guys could send special forces up there and just try and blow up the dam, but if you fuck up the timing, which they did fuck up the timing, by the way, the dice were very hateful to Marth in that first session.
There's a lot, yeah.
Like, he was rolling at shit he should be good at, not even like the mass combat stuff, where there is admittedly less upgrades going around than Lucky's character Arama does, but like, there were a lot of weird cases where the dice just did not like Marth, so much so that Marth busted out the conversion tables to roll normal physical numbered dice and then convert the symbols.
By the way, Axe, this is something I want to say. If you don't think a plan's a viable plan, don't talk about it. Unless, like, if you have an idea, state your idea. Don't just be all like, oh, this wouldn't work, but I want to talk about it. Like, why are we talking about it, Axe?
Yeah, I think that is definitely...
I might be being a little harsh there, but like we only got so many hours in the day to talk about these kind of things here, Axe.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that happens with other... That's not necessarily universally an Axe problem.
Oh, no, it's not. It's definitely not.
Every player can get their kind of focus. That's definitely a thing that, like, talking about our armchair gaming philosophy.
Yes.
Just because, like, you think the story or the GM or whatever has a lot of support for the plan... Like I said, I like to take what characters throw out there and roll it back to them. Why, yes, I accounted for the fact that you guys had a sneakman, and you guys have access to special forces with, like, well, they're going to have to deal with these, gnarly-ass anti-air guns. Maybe they want to go blow those up first. And you say, what that sounds like a lot of support to you. That's not a lot of support. That was like a paragraph. I just wrote an extra paragraph to account for this. This is usually what I do, is I think about things you could do, and I write paragraph. And then once you guys collapse the waveform, like... Sometimes I don't finish writing a scenario before I talk to you guys to do pre-prep.
Mm-hmm.
So that makes my job a lot easier because I flip the coin on Schrodinger's cat and I know what you guys are going to pick. So for instance, with the what we're calling Operation Hidden Valley, yes, it is a ranch joke. But like with that, you are. Like, I gave you guys the option, and I had my high-level notes written, so we got into that at the end of the previous session, because even with a boss fight, well, you didn't complete the boss fight, but you guys went, like, 3 or 4 rounds. You guys went quite a few rounds of combat in there. And, like, these guys, having to do the loop for bombing mission a couple of times, right? Again, so much so that they got to call in reinforcements twice, and you actually sent them over there, so that you make that bit easier. Because, like we said, the timing did get scuffed, which would have made that special operations mission very awkward. So it was good that they didn't decide to go that route. But that finished a little early, so we had a lot of time to dig into my pre-planning notes that I'd already written. Because I usually like to get started on what I know the next thing is, if I know it ahead of time, so that I have more time to plan stuff out.
Yeah, the thing I've learned about like how Omega streams something is like until we actually say what we're gonna do, Omega's not gonna write more than he has to. He's not.
Yes, because I often don't have time for that. Yeah. So, like, just because something is an option, don't think that that's a whole-ass document. Not that I don't write shitloads for this. We had a whole conversation. Because the actual substance of my notes for the next op is done. Like, all the actual, like, the interaction, by making sure to jot down the environmental rules, cementing, like, the layout of the area you're going into, what the opposition is, The rest is just locking in stat blocks so we can have fun encounters.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, like I said, some of that is easier because we did the part 1 already where you guys planned and picked your options and you decided on a specific plan. So you were like, all right, we're going to go in and we're going to bomb them and we're going to bomb them in such a way so we're going to deplete their resources so they just leave the base on their own. That means I didn't have to worry about planning what you guys are going to do if you were going to do a ground invasion. And honestly, you guys have access to Sierra Mobile and lots of bodies. So, like, worst comes to worst, I can fluff that. But, like, you guys decided you weren't going for the orbital bombardment plan, so I don't need to work out, like, how that resolves. It's just like, all right, here's your free bombs. I already knew how much bombs we're going to give you. Everybody gets these bombs. Here's what the bombs do. Okay, so I think about how many bombs does it take to knock out certain resources. This many, go for there. I mean, it depends on what you mean by getting stuff done. Like, you've gotten a lot of flack playing camo in that, like, one-shotting bosses because Star Wars combat is... This is something I've had to wean several people off of, but Axe especially. I think Axe is unfortunately... He's admitted he's played a little too much a little too much, like, hardcore playtesting Pathfinder with, you know, killer GMs and stuff. So, like, I had to, like, it took me weeks to, like, coach Axe and, like, no, you don't understand. Dying in this game is fucking hard. Like, you are not going to lose this character to a whim of the dice most of the time. You have to, like, take a ludicrously high crit, which means either I have to have been slowly building you up and whittling you down to the possibility of death, or I have to have given the enemy a weapon which could kill you in one shot, which means I am deliberately being like, you could die. Yeah, Lancer, that's another thing. Like, so I had to coax Axe out of the lethality of other games. So I think that we, like, while there is certainly an escalation war in conflict, it was like Axe's responses to, like, fighting enemies was much more like, oh shit, we're gonna die, not, oh, this will be interesting. That took a while to get him out of. And sometimes you guys still have that, oh shit, we're gonna die problem. Like when Armagh got eaten giants.
I was fine. I don't know. Yeah, I never feel any sense of danger. This is actually a bad thing on occasion.
Yes, but if not danger, there was definitely that was definitely. Hey, I mean, this game is super narrative based. Just because you guys are bad at on the fly narrative with those advantages doesn't mean this game's not narrative.
Like I said, I have problems with that too. Like when I got that double triumph, and he's like, "You can do something." I'm just like, I don't fucking know. Yeah,
I think that is the one weakness of the game, and they compensate it for it with lots of tables, but you need to pre-prep. Also, by the way, if you're running the game as written, where all those tables are spread across 50 fucking source books, which are all, you know, $40 hardcovers, you're never fucking remember them. Mm-hmm. I'm glad the holocron exists so it collects those and occasionally reminds me of these options. But, like, that is the weakness, is, like, interpreting dice. This is usually why I know, like, sometimes in combat, Axe, like, tries to make the most, and he's like, can I get something out of these? And I'm like, mostly you want mechanical things, and I'm like, nah. We're not in strict mechanical timetables, but, like, I will fast pass a lot of the advantages or threat rolls into simple stuff.
Oh, yeah, like, we do this a lot. We do this a lot in buying and selling things. It's just like, hey, you want a free MacGuffin? It's like, all right, I'll take that free MacGuffin. It's like, guess what? He was having a 2-for-1 sale, and we're like, sweet.
Yeah, that's the easiest thing in the world. You roll a shitload of, like, advantages on buying and selling, and it's like, okay, well, so what the game says is that you guys are supposed to get extra concessions. So, I don't know, free stuff? You got anything else on your list?
Mm-hmm.
I want some free mod points, you know, stuff like that. You know, and for threats, obviously, throwing around strain is pretty easy because that interacts with an economy that's very important to you guys. Like, that actually matters for gameplay. But a lot of times it's usually just like, oh, you rolled some threat on, like, an observational check, like a learn about the world check. I will just leave off a line or two of my box text, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Or I'll be like, I want to give you this critical piece of information, but I want to couch it in such a way that so that you're not certain, so that maybe I'm not telling you the whole undiluted truth, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and sometimes I'm like, you rolled like 50 success. Well, you get that done very fast. Is there something else you'd like to do? Like, I will use that as an opportunity to be like, okay, you've accomplished your goal really quickly. Do you want to do something else with your time? And, like, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sad sometimes that, and sorry to you guys that, like, we can't, like, really make you feel like you're getting your bang for your buck out of those big dice rolls, but, you know, we got to move on.
I mean, I have started getting to the point sometimes I'm like, oh, these managers, whatever, they die.
Yeah, I would say this is something you and Marth have both started doing recently, is just straight up adopting, like, these extra force pips, these advantages, I don't give a fuck. I won't spend them.
Yeah.
Like we realized that you don't have to spend those results, like, and really, like, internalized it, and you guys are both great, just like, fuck it, I don't care.
Yeah,
I'm more interested in getting to more rolls and more game time than fighting about the advantages. Axe, don't take that as a negative character judgment against you, Birthday. Because I just said that you sometimes fight about the advantages. This is your first time playing the system, so you're trying to, like, get up. Martha's talking about our favorite way of handling critical failures. To talk about Mages of War a little, I don't think we've definitely told this story on the podcast before, but I don't know if I relayed it lately. But that was what we call a buddy cop game, because it was 2 players. Yeah, I get it. And like I said, as the GM, I sometimes get not really agitated, but I feel like, God, I wish there was something. Like, I wish I could be more creative right now. I wish the improv juice would flow. But it's like, I gotta run the game. We got other shit to do, other cool things playing. Damn it. But no, what I was saying really quick before we go back to our Star Wars convo was, I think altogether, as a triangle, our favorite crit fail was. Lucky crit failed so many fucking perception checks in the Mages of War game, like constantly. And my response was, you have discovered you are in Africa.
Oh man, we ran with that joke so much because every time I just discovered some scenic vista, I'd be like, man, I wish I brought my watercolors. And guess what?
Like the joke started as just, you are in Africa. I mean, Loth is talking about Loth's comedic beats. That also means Loth is very fast on like salty one-liners and stuff. Like. Sometimes I think he needs to cool off a little. Other times I think he's like perfectly justified in being like, "Oh my God, we want to move on." We talk about that with progression. Dallas phrases it as Axe has a little bit of a toe in mouth problem, the foot in mouth disease, where Axe has talked about this. I don't want to turn this into the Axe psychology hour, but like he admits he has an issue sometimes where he. Rather than lose a thought, he will vocalize it, and this is not always the right move, and this sometimes frustrates other people, myself included, and it's like, Axe, why would you say that out loud to me? Loth, in particular, can get a little spicy about these edgewise comments. He gets... Despite being so easygoing, sometimes I think he feels like when Loth gets heated up, he gets heated up fast.
Oh, yeah.
So he gets a little spicy, and sometimes that's detrimental, and sometimes I understand him. But, yeah, as I was saying about the aside joke, it evolved. Like, it started with just, you are currently in Africa, and then it was like, then I evolved it into, you see a picturesque scene. You really wish you had your watercolors. And then you bought your fucking watercolors, and then we let it run because it just happened so fucking much. That's emergent play, kids. But yeah, so the Star Wars thing with the difficulties was, like, I know we kind of, like, went back and forth about the stealth thing, but it turned out to be a good thing because you guys did goof it up. Like, you were late to the operation, which meant that, like, Lucky got, like, a half-hour head start on you, and because mass combat time is, like, nebulous and narrative, it got out there. And honestly, like, Axe saying, like, you feel like you sometimes get harshed for, like, doing your thing. At the same time, this mission is absolutely being picked so you can do your thing. I hope you were ready. Try not to get too much anxiety about having to do some heavy lifting, because we're going to go in the woods, and... Hey, Lucky, how many points do you have in survival?
None. I have no perception. I have no survival. I have no stealth.
Yeah. Mostly on perception, you cruise on the fact that you have magic bullshit eyes, which I gave you. That's always funny to me. Whenever I feel bad about it, I'm like, wait a minute, I wrote this. This is literally my fault. I can't even blame FFG for this. Yeah, Webu can perceive pretty decently. I think Boots might have some perception. And obviously, if you guys are going to do computery sabotage stuff, Boots is the only one of you who knows how to do his... Boots is the only one of you who knows how to work a computer, like, not just beep boop on your iPhone, your data pad.
Oh, yes, no computer, so, like, no mechanics.
Yeah. Mechanics, at least you've got 2 people to set bombs. That's good. That's important redundancy. And obviously, you're bringing NPCs with you, so they will. Like
honestly, believe it or not, Arma is probably literally going to be the most useless person on this mission.
Yeah, but Arma won't be, because Arma has leadership skills, and also Lucky as a character can you are perfectly willing to, like, literally step out of the way, and then when the others turn to you, you're like, I can't. What am I doing? I'm not here. But at the same time, you will absolutely be like, well, if you're asking for advice, I would say at this moment we should blah blah blah. And you did bring NPCs, some of whom are count as minions, so you can at least do the rally around minion thing and absolutely abuse mission specialist if necessary.
If necessary, that is something
you can fill any role the other player characters do.
Yeah, but I'm gonna try not to. Again, like,
yes. But it's a good backup, right?
Yeah. That's
you never know when somebody's gonna take a shitload of wounds. They're gonna, like, fall down a hill on some stairs, or they're gonna get blown up by their own bombs. But you guys are gonna stumble into an enemy patrol dick first because none of you passed your vigilance checks somehow. And
well, yeah, I will, like, again, because Axe, I want everyone to have the opportunity to do cool stuff. And, like, listen, I know I'm a main character. When the spotlight's on me, it's all about me. But that's the thing. because we're an ensemble cast, it can't always be about me.
Yeah.
So sometimes, even if you guys are in a very bad situation, I'll be like, nah, man, solve this yourself. Like, this was like me literally during the bombing run mission. I showed up in the second wave of reinforcements, but I was all like, nope, Webb was in charge. Like, I'll take...
Yeah, and Marth took that cue on the chin. He was like, no, actually, no, I don't want to switch to Arma. I'll do it. I got this.
Yeah. And I did take command when, like, they were going to, like, shell my lads, but I was like, okay, I'll take for this one. But...
Also, that was the jinxed mass combat phase.
Yeah.
That, no, seriously, the what I called the air defense phase, where, like, the enemy, like, aircraft tried to get at them, even though sometimes the dice pools they shouldn't, they kept fucking it up, and it was so, like, funny, but also kind of tragic. But yeah, no, like, talking about, we can even turn this into more general game advice again. Talking about, like, ensemble casts, like, obviously, we've talked at length about that's how most RPGs are. Most RPGs have ensemble casts. You may have the equivalent of a 5-man band's, like, the hero, right? Mm-hmm. Capital letters. You will have a character who is more central to the plot because of backstory. You know, not every player, like I said, my strategy often is to, like, basically play a game of catch with the players. And I mean this, like, the player passes me the ball. They write something into their character sheet. I catch the ball. I take that stuff. I pass it back to them, right? Whether that's, like, skill challenges they are suited for, whether that's backstory, plot stuff, whether that's certain adversaries, whatever, right? Play this catch game. So not everybody wants to run that way or play that way, you know? Like, Loth has gone out of his way to say, no, I am a vanilla clone man. I have a couple of character quirks about, like, my clone brothers dying. That's kind of my thing. I'm a medic. I'm here to save lives. But other than that, I am here to be a generic clone guy and make wisecracks. And, like, that works for him. He's not really interested in getting too deep with, like, backstory or whatever. Like, he's found what... He knows how to roleplay boots in most situations. Mm-hmm. And he is okay not deep diving any further. I don't want to say Axe is okay with Camo playing a similar role. Like, he's talked about how it's kind of awkward sometimes because he kind of wishes he had more character for Camo to play. But at the very least, I think Camo is competently played as, no, I'm the sneaky man, you know? He is your weird sniper character you always have in a war movie.
I think everyone has their own little flaws. Like, with Loth, like says he wants to be a generic clone man, but often he takes that as, I'm not actually important to this plot, so I'll kind of just wander off and, you know, and people will kind of forget about me, or when I'm needed, you know, I'll be not in the scene because I'm only generic clone man. I'm not that important. Like,
we've kind of had to be like, no, buddy, you're a warrant officer. You have responsibilities.
And he's like, shit.
He has the clone officer tree, and he's like, fuck, you're right. I mean, it makes sense, you know. He was just a guy that you were like, yeah, you have medical training. I'm gonna bootstrap you to warrant officer.
Yep. Axe, I think his problem is Axe wants to do things and won't necessarily think them out with the other players, and when he does not explain it properly.
Yes, Axe has I know other people. We talked about this with in Cyberpunk. Dallas is. Like, honestly, Axe is a lot better about it because he literally has to tell people the plan for one of his moves.
Yeah.
Like, as Odin, he's a lot better at being like, no, my plan is for you guys to do here, go here, do X. Dallas will just jump to tangents. He's got ADD brain, it makes sense. But he will just jump to, I need this thing for this thing. Or he'll DM me something, and then 5 minutes later, he'll be like, that's not a good idea. What? I don't know, just never mind. Right? Like Dallas will completely go off on we were trying to pre-prep for the actual finale to the last session we did, the Canyons job. Go check it out if you haven't already. And we were discussing vehicles, and we were like, so we got this dirt bike. What are we going to do with it? Because Dallas got the dirt bike, but we don't know what he's going to do. And I'm like, I have an idea, but Dallas wasn't here, and he didn't tell anybody what he wanted to do with the dirt bike, so it was a big question mark, right?
Yeah.
This is why communication is the underlying rule of gameplay.
Like, and Marth is a very steady person, but I think the problem with Marth is that Marth, I wouldn't say necessarily is indecisive, but sometimes takes a while to get through his thoughts and come to a decision on what he wants to do. And I guess the best way I can say is I'm kind of reckless.
Yeah.
I give literally no fucks about, like, doing what I want to do, and necessarily if the players are against it, because if need be, I'll try to bully other players into doing what I want to do. I try not to do it, but this is just kind of my force of personality. So, like, everyone has their own little flaws and whatnot, but it's like, it's one of those things of, like, I don't even know why I got on this subject now that I'm thinking about it. Spontaneous chaos, yes, I am.
Well, we were talking about kind of like the role play and like what roles everybody plays.
Well,
so but you know, Loth as Boots has kind of a sit back attitude. You know, if there's a fight, he's here to fight.
Mm-hmm.
If we need his special skills, he's very good about after a fight. He's like, all right, what's everybody's injury status? You got critical injuries. You need stim pack. Like, he plays the medic role very well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but guess what? You guys are good at this. You're very, very high EXP characters. Sometimes you come out of these and are not injured, and I don't necessarily feel like Loth is like, because I feel like Loth would be like, man, I don't feel like I have anything to do. He would be like, yo, Omega, I feel like I don't have anything to do. You know, we talk plenty.
Mm-hmm.
It's more that, like, as a character, he kind of, I don't want to say revels, but like you said, he enjoys being like, I am just an innocent soldier. I am just a grunt. I don't know what's going on. Don't mind me. You know, like, he finds that kind of, like, enjoyable as part of his role, but also it means that, like, he will absolutely be, even more so than you, will be like, nah, I'm not fucking there. And we're like, but I want you here. I would like you to be present. And they're like, nah, all right, I'm there. You know. You guys are different, but I definitely feel like I've got my players divided into a couple of camps of, like, I don't want to say necessarily, like, active versus passive, like, because I don't want to say that, like, Axe and Marth are passive, but definitely, like, fluff-wise, you and Loth are proactive, whereas Marth and Axe, I feel, are, like, more reactive. Like, I can be more like, hey, what are you guys doing with downtime? What are you up to? Like, I'll do this, or I'll do, you know. That's not to say that they don't have these things in mind, and sometimes Marth gets very deep in plans.
Oh, yes, he does.
You know, Marth can do as much of that deep dive planning logistics shit as any of us. I've talked about how much a great help Marth has been as a extra party in progression series. Marth not only of his own volition watches those episodes early and posts timestamps for people, much like how Robin does that for Let's Talk FGO, but he also helped me collate a lot of our ancillary documents, and he is our stats man. He, of his own free volition, keeps track of a lot of fun stats about the series that I will reference when I make decisions, like what our matchups should be and stuff. But, like, I feel like in gameplay, like you said, Marth sometimes is a little, like, he has to take his time to deliberate, and sometimes he loses his train of thought. We all do that, but it's like he needs that moment to actually get in there and get to the point. And so it's usually like, I ask him, and he's like, I didn't think about it. Yeah, and then he works on it. Same with like X, like he said, he has a confidence thing where it's like he's not sure what he should be doing, and he's like, so he waits to be prompted, and he's like, oh, I guess I'll, you know, do blah blah blah, or often he takes that as a cue to go do something task oriented, which honestly, like, we talk about role playing Camo and stuff. That technically fits what Camo's character is. We talked about, like, his motivation, his one character motivation, because in Star Wars you only get one, is the mission, right? Like, he is a goal-oriented character. He is about the job, so it makes sense that it's like, what do I do in my free time? Is there anything productive I could be doing? Whereas you and Loth will just be like, by the way, I'm doing this thing. It's not a mechanic. It's not related to anything. I'm just doing this thing in the background. Like, Boots loves to, like, be like, I'm drinking. I'm playing Dajaric. You know, I'm taking a nap somewhere. I'm hiding from Arama. I'm doing PT because Arama caught me hiding from, you know? And, like, obviously we've talked about, you love fluff and pocket lint as well.
I do. I'm actually been, like, in my off time, I've been rewriting Claymore's backstory because I'm like, yes, I need to implement this big betrayal into his story. And then send it to Omega so he can have thoughts and plans for whenever we get back to
playing
this
catch the player character, the players.
Yeah.
So, like, it's always interesting about how different people take it. So not your experience won't be universal to that, but we, you know, I think I found my rhythm for like the players and working on everything.
It is good to meditate.
And honestly, like, the bombing run went pretty well. I like that. I wanted it to get a little, you know, a little butthole clenchy for the guys on the actual bombing run. You know, I wanted them to have some thoughts. I actually wrote a scenario for what happens, like what my approach is if they get shot down. They were not shut down. They were not in serious danger of getting shut down because both mechanics were flying the plane. But, you know, the dice were fucking. Like I said, in that first half, the dice were out to get you guys. And so there were some funny complications, but also some stuff turned around.
Also, but before I forget this thought, Axe, you say you want to fight me, and here's the thing: I'll always accept the fight, but it's a fight. And I have a shitload of reckless confidence to back up my words. So,
yeah, I mean, I'll say this: I think it's a good growth for Axe. Like he will when he actually is like concerned or threatened or whatever, however you want to put it. Like sometimes he will fire back. Sometimes I think he fires back about nonsense. I don't know how much it made into the recording, but I got very. I mean, I think it's because Axe was in a bad mood because some other conversations happening. We're still working on our crosstalk discipline problem. We had a couple problems with that in a progression episode. We need to work on our direction for getting people to be quiet in appropriate moments for both distraction and also for a risk of like coaching, like reminding people of things they don't need reminded of from the stands. We're working on our discipline, everybody. But like he took a couple pot shots at me, and it's one of those things where like I you know me. Much like you, Lucky, I follow the rule of talk shit, get shot. Like, If you come at me, I will come back. And guess what? I was playing progression, so I was losing, so I was not in a great mood. I'm hoping that our new season gives me some new life, but
new life.
At least Dallas's streak ended at 4. So it's yeah, that was a very bad. I mean, I didn't feel super bad about it, but that game was very bad for me.
Like, because here's the thing, I welcome conflict. That's the word I'm thinking of. Conflict in role playing, because you know players and characters don't necessarily see the eye. Like honestly, Axe in the sprawl when Odin came up to Claymore and be like, "Hey, don't try to do anything jeopardize my innocence," and Claymore went for the kill. Like honestly, I wasn't mad at you. I was just like, no, this fucking like I was in the mindset of no, this suit is trying to come up here and tell Claymore what to do when it's none of his goddamn beeswax. So Claymore's gonna play well. Alpha and Omega isn't really a thing, but I'll use it for the simplicity. It's gonna be the Alpha, and I'm gonna take him down a fucking notch.
Yeah, you are going to establish dominance.
Yes, there we go.
Listen, I can beat you up. I'm not gonna take your guff.
Yeah.
Well, and I also actually said that comment about I threatened to kick you out of the tournament. I mean, like when I get heated, that is my thought. I am like I've talked about my avoidance strategy. Like, listen, if we're gonna be if people are gonna be like annoying to me directly and not conducive to me having fun in my own series, I am not afraid to be like, you're out. And usually, Axe, you don't mean things, so that's why you are not kicking the tournament. But like, it's definitely like I'm like, no, I'm doing this for fun, and if I'm not having fun, I would want to remove the source of fun. This is why I talk about, as much as at times it has been a hairy pain in the ass for me to deal with. I have no problems with when Martha's taking a couple breaks. Loth is taking a break as well, where I'm just like, hey, if you guys aren't having fun, sit out for a while. It's okay. I mean, if too many people sit out, we have to do something, because then we can't have tournaments. I had a couple of problems where I had some weeks where I wasn't going to have enough people to do an interesting video. But like, it's okay to do that. Well, we're just diving down the rabbit hole for Prague.
I mean, like, I think the only thing I have to talk about is Blue Archive. This is one of those situations where I'm trying to hold on to something, and we're talking about.
Yeah, I guess.
Like I said, I did have a long talk at one point about Axe, about how sometimes this becomes an Axe psychology hour.
Well, Axe is, this is both a positive and a negative. Axe is one of our most, vocal viewers. Like, he gets in there and he gets in the chat. He's not the only one. Like, we have plenty of people from earlier before Axe was here, getting back and forth about stuff. But when we get on certain topics, Axe is, I talked about him being in the expanded universe. Axe is in these videos, so he gets, and it's like, sometimes I admit I am spice to people.
Spice.
a lot of times I'm joking, and I say this, you know, I usually like to say I'm joking. You guys, I'm laughing right now, but you guys can't see me, obviously. Stuff like that.
Power hours. That's a term.
Don't even talk to me. That's creeped up to our
No!
On our front page
Suna keeps showing me that, and so does a Resh. It's like, as over 4, I'm like, no! Can we just delete that one?
If you want to, but I'm not sure we should get rid of the most video. Like,
No!
maybe we'll actually like.
No!
Here's the now that I want to get into depth, but like, so I did the Astolfo one and I did a color thumbnail with like some edits and stuff.
Yeah.
That video is not necessarily doing any better than one it's had lately. Like, the views are still pretty low, but what is good is it seems to be hitting a nicer percentage of outside viewers. Like, it's being clicked on more, at least from YouTube. Well, that won't matter because it's on the problem is it's on a playlist.
Yeah, someone else's playlist.
Some weirdo rando put it on a playlist that's not ours, and it gets views, and it gets used for like 2 seconds, and they move on. But
it still gives us a view, and they.
I don't know if it counts as a view. I don't know whether it's better for us or not to like cut it. But I don't know how like unlisting, because you can still go to an unlisted video if it's in a playlist. I think it gets blocked out, but maybe not. I don't know.
We could
maybe
make it private.
Make it unlisted for a little bit and see what happens.
We could also make it private.
Yeah, we could straight up make it private.
I know that'd be a little weird, but.
That would be weird. I mean, because it's not like we're ashamed of it or anything. It's just like, it's really fucking weird for it to be so popular because it's in some dumb playlists.
I'm a little bit of ashamed of it. I don't know what you're talking about. Power Hour was weird, yo.
Yeah, it wasn't the best. I mean, I'm not like afraid of people knowing about it or anything. It's just like, and obviously we're always hunting for more views, but it's a weird.
It's one of those things where someone comes up to me and is like, "Hey, man, I saw Power Hour in my fucking recommend." I'm like, "Stop! No!"
Like. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm like, oh, I'm sorry.
It's every time.
I don't think we cut off any bits about the mission. Like, I feel like we talked at length before we got into the gritty of how we play.
Well, yeah, no, like, I don't know.
We drift a lot when we talk about RPG.
Yeah, no, but talking about the sprawl, yeah, definitely, like, unfortunately, I haven't necessarily left that cyberpunk space, I think. I'm still very much thinking about it, but fortunately, I can kind of...
As noticed by the fact that you watch Cyberwave music compilation.
Yes. Listen,
which is what I did to write the Sprawl stuff. I understand.
So I've been thinking a lot about that, and that's not in my headspace, but I'm a man of many talents, and honestly, me thinking about Star Wars isn't that much different than me thinking about Sprawl. But now I'm kind of thinking about Mages of War, because we always said we wanted to go back to that, but the way things are going, I don't know if we are.
I'm sure we'll get there someday. And we may even find extra time. Like, Mages of War, I'd love to put a capstone on, and, like, I know we don't have the following now, but I would love to, like, professionally do that up and kickstart it and actually get it out there. I know it's out, like, the playtest is out in the wild, so, like, people have tried it, so, I would go back there. I would just have to, like, I don't know, you know, we could continue. I still have my notes, and I still remember the general idea of where the Al Kelbalon campaign goes. We do have a lot more people in our gaming circle, though, so I don't know if we'd want to bring more people in, especially if we did it as our full weekly campaign. You know, we have a lot of friends. Some of them are, but most of them are pretty good about being, like, hands-off, like, other than keeping track of the dates. Loth was not, like, in any way fussy about us taking a break from Star Wars Brawl. At least he didn't say it that way to us.
Nah, he was okay with it. He said, "No, give me time." I get to sleep in and do like all the other stuff. But oh yeah, that's something else I wanted to mention about the Sprawl. As Odin, so don't take this the wrong way, Axe, but sometimes I kind of feel like the way you play Odin is a little bit hypocritical. Like on one hand, you'll be like this is something I noticed in the caning job. On one hand, you'll be like, "No, we don't want to kill people. We want to have, like, less damage." And then the other hand is like, I'm just going to, like, spontaneously murder this person because they're going to be a complication. I'm just like, I feel like you're sending me mixed messages here. Because on one hand, I think you're trying to be a good, decent person, but on the other hand, you're trying to be a ruthless, efficient machine. And sometimes that comes through in how you want to set up your plans and whatnot. How do I, like... Unfortunately, I don't have the best way to explain this because, again, we've only had a few things, but to me, personally, this is only my personal opinion, Axe, so if you're not trying to do it this way, don't take it as that. But I feel like you're trying to cram maybe too many character traits into Odin at once and try to pass it off as only one. Like, remember...
I think X has a little bit of an over-elaboration problem. And some of this just comes from not having experience with some of this stuff. But definitely, you need some editing path.
Yeah, I guess that is something. You want to keep trying new things with the character, but they don't necessarily stick, but now you've done them, so you don't want to necessarily let go of them. Like, unfortunately, I don't necessarily have, like, something I could say about this. Like, I'm pretty good at, like, people observing and making observations. Like, I think so because, you know, psychology is one of those weird things that I enjoy, but I'm not good at. I'm strictly an armchair, you know, amateur. So please don't take anything
no. It's like me with rocket.
Yeah. It's like
I'm not good enough at math to be an actual rocket scientist, guys. I just love space.
Yeah.
I know a lot of space facts.
But you definitely I definitely say I like Odin more than I like Camo. I'll definitely say that for sure. You definitely put a lot more.
I think we all have admitted that Odin is way more of a character than Camo.
Yeah.
Like I don't mind Camo, and like I said, I think a lot of the if we could make it a little like if Axe felt a little more natural portraying it and if you guys felt a little more natural interacting with him, I would say Camo is a very well made character.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, a little gallogy. But because his mission focus and his goal oriented nature like comes out in how Axe role plays Camo as either a gun or the fix bot or whatever. Mm-hmm. But also some of that's not intentional, so I can't really be like, oh, what perfect role playing, so sublime, so subtle. It's not really. It's a byproduct of the fact that because Camo is such a non-character, playing him as a non-character makes sense in character. He is kind of just a guy who shoot gun. I mean, he's got more going on. We have actually done some stuff to give some role playing to him, and like some other funny things. Like for one downtime, I recreated a subplot from Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. I gave him like a gunnery droid brain to like help him snipe, and he had to wrestle with it and think about like being better than a machine. But
human error. It was a human error.
Basically, it was a subplot from Ghost in the episode. Also a metaphor. The Tachiko. Anyway, I'm not gonna talk. You give me talking hours, Michelle. Which, by the way, if you're looking for regular standalone complex, it's on Adult Swim. They have exclusive streaming rights in the U.S. because they bankrolled it partially.
I mean, yeah.
They also really love it. Like, Adult Swim has fond connections to a few anime that they've had on their service, but Ghost in the Shell is one of them where, like, no, they foot the bill a little bit for that one, so that's why they've locked in the exclusive rights because they helped bankroll it. Much like how Netflix has the sequel series, Season 2 when. Pointed pause.
But
yeah, we were talking about like Odin's role playing. To go back to my thought really quick. I think we generally agree that Camo is not a very deep character, but as we've talked about, Boots isn't a very deep character either. The two guys who got clones kind of like, there are two players who kind of jumped into our group, fresh. This is our first time playing with us, really, and so there's some growing pains there, and like. Sometimes it's a little awkward, but sometimes it works out, Mm-hmm. Odin is a lot more, as you say. I mean, I haven't really noticed it as much, but I don't know. Maybe as a GM, I'm putting all of you guys in a box of like, well, sometimes you guys want to do cool things. Maybe not always the most in character things, but cool things. This is more of an like, if I think about it, that's more of a thing that is like a quote unquote issue with Arama than with Claymore. If Claymore wants to do something cool, that's perfectly in character, literally all the time. Claymore is just a guy who likes, doing his work, blowing stuff up, having a nice beer, watching some VTubers. Like it just makes sense to when he has plans that go that way. As Arama, you have definitely done stunts which don't always make sense in character, but are neat. Why would you drive into the ocean with your super expensive rover? Can make it amphibious. It's cool. Gives me bonuses, and I'm like, all right, well, if you want to do it, that's fine. Because it's Star Wars. It doesn't have to make sense.
And I made it work.
Yeah. So, yeah, if you wanted to continue your thought about X and Odin playing.
Oh, so But like as I said, like I do think you're doing, but I do think personally you're doing better with Odin. But sometimes I think you just personally have maybe a conflict of interest in what you actually want to do or how you want to portray him. Like is he, like it's the whole it's like the whole thing about like, you know, are you like actually a thrill seeker? Are you actually a thrill seeker? You know, like. It's like asking the question, like, why are you actually out here doing these jobs and stuff? He's like saying to get away from your boring job. I'm like, but why do you want to get away from your boring job? You know, it's like, I feel like you have some cool...
And in backstory, that's because he used to have a field job, and then he got shot in the face, and then he got put on a desk job. Mm-hmm. So he wants to be out in the field, but his corporal won't let him.
Yeah.
But sometimes that doesn't always... You're right, that sometimes doesn't come out as clear. Also, we talked about, you know, there earlier was the plot juice problem.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I think, though, some of this is just, like, because we... Not necessarily the third adventure, but even then, we play these a little far apart. And even with the third adventure, we didn't plan on doing it. It was just kind of a spur-of-the-moment thing. We're like, oh, I wrote the third thing. And I put a lot of detail in it, and you guys were like, man, I'm still feeling it. I can go for another job. And I was like, okay, I wrote it already. I did not tell you guys that I wrote Adventure 4 right away. Yeah, I did actually write it already. It's some fun. Mostly, I just look at the list of suggested jobs, and I was like, we haven't done this yet. Hold on, how can I make this cyberpunk? Beep boop, ones and zeros, cyberpunk.
No, but like I don't think Odin's a bad character. Axe. It's just someone that I think you might need to tighten the focus on a little bit. Maybe like write out this is something I always say, like this is why like when we were starting the sprawl, you wanted to use the quote unquote official like character sheets, like the PDFs. But I was like, no, don't do that. You're gonna want like space to write shit down. Like, oh god, let me see. Can I pull up Claymore here right now? Let me see here. Claymore the Killer, Google Docs. Let's see how many pages.
I mean, that's saying something, Axe, because I know you're very well. Then again, you didn't hate to roleplay half this shit. You were very fond of the ideas you had for your Fate RP character.
Yeah. So. Claymore's stats, all his stats, 1 page. Do you know how many pages my document is right now? 4 pages. Those 3 pages.
I hope everybody logged in yesterday, and please log in today. I realize it's after 11, mid lotto run.
So, like, I have 3 pages of just fluff, ideas, backstory, plot hooks, all that stuff to help me like double down on like who and what Claymore is and why he does things. And I do this with all my characters, honestly. Arama has 3 separate documents for all her stuff.
And I mean, as a GM, I get in there. Well, I think what Lucky means about like leaving it on your character sheet is so that you can refer to it in play.
Yes.
Like you always have it right in front of you. You don't need yet another document. I am a note maker. I am a note taker. I keep copious notations and write lots of things. I have obviously lots of fluff background, lots of floating plot hooks and character other shit. And sometimes I don't remember some of that stuff, and I got to ask you guys. But like. We were discussing earlier, this was something we skimmed over a little, like how I finished the main line of the next adventure. Do you mean you're not good at being overly flowery as in you are overly flowery, or you want to be overly flowery? I'm bad at that's fair. Some people are.
Yeah.
It is a skill to take shorthand in that way. But what I was gonna say was that like you asked me like how long my writing of note pages typically was, because I said this one felt very short and to the point. I think it's one of the shortest and to the point adventures where it's just like, here are some skill checks you need to do. Here's what the obstacles you need to worry about is. Here's some random encounter tables, some other environmental conditions. All right, everything else is improv. Go. Because it's currently only about 9-ish pages. That's just practice then if you need to whittle down to I mean, sometimes paragraphs are okay, but...
Yeah, like once you write something, you look at it and it doesn't seem right, share it with some, like... Again, get editors. Editors are great. Show it with your friends. Just be nice about it.
Yeah. And I know we basically do these... I do these editing sessions like on the fly, just talking to people. I've talked about how Lucky gets bored at work and ambushes Secret Tabletop Cabal. I have gotten so much note-taking and fluff writing done because Lucky is just kicks down the door. Yo, what about this? And then I'm like, Let me ponder this. Scribble, scribble, scribble. I think it's like this, you know, and that just sets me off on the way, because like that's a lot of how my writing style comes, like from inspiration, asking myself question or others asking questions.
I asked. Remember, you did this once too. Talking about air transport and whatnot. That got us on the whole conversation about that too.
Yeah. And I turned that into some notes and some fluff. The only issue is I have learned in my recent couple of years with this community, I need to be a little more aggressive about managing my time. I hope nobody thinks I'm rude as I leave VCs, but I have hung out with the people in our community so long that I have learned that I will, if I don't just fucking push the eject button and fucking leave, I will get sucked back into yet another conversation. Because if you're in a VC with like 5 people and they want to talk to you, so many times do I get, Omega, one more thing. And like, it become a joke. Like, Robin fucking will be like, you know, because he and Vesper were a source a lot of this. Will be like, Omega, one more thing. What are your thoughts about this fake thing? And I'm like, very funny, Robin. Good night, bye.
This is why I hit the eject button pretty strongly. I'm just, nope, I'm done.
Yes, no, I'm just like, no, I'm going now, bye. Like, and like I said, I hope the guys don't think I'm being rude or anything, but I've just realized, like, if I want to manage my time correctly, which is the thing I have, like, my time management skills are bad. What I feel investment in, like, I was having a conversation with my mother earlier about like food and feeding myself as I was running the air fryer on some pre-cooked chicken patties.
Yeah, chicken patties,
solid stuff. But running the air fryer, and it's like, you know, I was wondering to myself after this convo about like meal planning and stuff, where in my life did I get like my wires crossed that like I do not cook a lot. I do not prep a lot of food for myself. I eat a lot of processed stuff because I don't know why, but I've always found that stuff kind of like tedious, and I don't know how people perceive me, but I don't know if I'm like I don't know if I'm a workaholic, but I kind of feel like it sometimes. When I'm into a project or doing something, I am really into it. Literally, right now, my stomach is growling. I could use some snacks. It's been a while since dinner. Dinner was just instant ramen. I could use some snacks. I'm a little thirsty because we've been talking for about 4 hours. But intellectually, brain me doesn't give a shit. I'll keep going for another hour if I have to, like to get my conversation point out. So I'm just like, damn, how did I not end up with the focus of like, because I know, Lucky, you talk about, man, you love cooking. I'm like,
oh yeah,
what happened with me where I never picked that up?
Well, you probably just enjoy discourse more than you do monotonous work.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I don't mind like rote tasks, but I have my own way of handling them, and that usually involves. I've talked about like my audiobook addiction, right?
Yeah, no, like
I occupy the language part of my brain sometimes too much. Like, not really gives me shit, but sometimes it gives me shit about where I talk about how like if I'm writing something or I'm trying to like think about something, I can't listen to other people talk because the language parts of my brain tries to. I usually phrase this as like, you know, I damn myself with faint praise. Is like, oh yes, when people speak, I try to listen to them and understand them, but it's an automatic thing. It's not like a deliberate empathy thing on my part. My language brain tries to like decode what people are saying. So
like you can tell this just by looking at like your YouTube history. You usually have like or have something on where people are talking either to each other or, you know, to the listener, and that's what you use to usually do whatever you are doing when you're writing or playing games or stuff. Someone is usually talking. So like to me that just says. Yeah, to me, it just seems you gain more enjoyment out of, like I said, discourse than quiet, monotonous task.
And that's just how people are different.
Yeah.
Now, I'll say this, like, I've talked about this. I enjoy music. I work to music, but that's because that is, again, that different parts of the brain. The part of my brain I need to write notes is different from the part of my brain I need to listen to rhythmic sounds. And often I find that, like, music is almost close enough to discourse that it gets my brain rolling, but without like actually like blocking that up, because when I'm working on stuff that's text-based, I cannot actually like listen to people talk or watch YouTube videos of people talking. Like I find myself very often pausing the video and I'm like, hold on, no, my brain needs time to string words together myself.
String.
But yeah, so like I probably need to take better care of myself food-wise, and I'm thinking about my time. And sometimes I just gotta fucking eject. Like I said, I gotta be like, nope, I got shit to do, or I need to go to bed, or I need to go do something else after I wrap this up and I edit this audio and probably get a snack. I think I'm gonna be healthy. I'm trying to eat a whole ass apple.
Yeah, no, like when I enjoy cooking, but usually like I'll grab like my tablet, I'll put on Spotify or something, and when I cook, I try not to cook just one meal. I'll prep several meal at once. Like the other day, I boiled some eggs, I made me some hoagie sandwiches, maybe some hummus, some hummus, chicken and hummus sandwiches to pack for my lunch. You know, got some spinach, you know, kind of frying, all that crazy stuff. You know, or I'll make like enough. Like I usually try to cook like. I'll try to cook like for a couple meals or something. So, because that's the weird thing about cooking is you don't want to go cook for like stand somewhere and for like 15 minutes, for like 15 to 20 minutes just to make one thing, just like serve one time. This is why I always tell my friend, like because I make lunches for him too. He's all like, trust me, it's a lot better for me to make like you make two than to make one, because that way I feel like I'm using my time more effectively.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that. Like, I think I even operate that way, because one of the things that I can easily do, and yes, it's not like super sophisticated, but you know. Like, if you buy a, like, pre-made frozen pizza, which is better than, like, a microwave pizza, I'll be like, yeah, no, fuck it. I'll cook one of those now. I'll cut that up, and I'll eat that for a couple of days, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I don't mind the fact that that takes 20 minutes, and you gotta fuck around with the oven, and... yeah, I've talked about this before. I operate ovens gingerly. I have been burned a couple times in my life, and I have learned the correct psychological lesson. Getting burned sucks. Especially on, like, your forearm. But, you know, it's worth it because that's, like you say, that's a couple days worth of work. You know, I don't need to worry about, you know, like, that's one meal. That's a lunch. Mm-hmm.
You mentioned those burns thing, and I'm just looking at my hands and arms, which are covered in scars of burns. I'm all like, I have not learned this lesson.
Well, you know, sometimes you learn. Actually, no, it's probably trauma related. I had a very, I don't know if it was very bad, but it was very painful. I had a firework incident as a child with a sparkler. I, in the dark, grabbed the burned up part of the sparkler, not the metal bit.
Oh.
And only, like, 10-ish years later do I think the scar has mostly faded from my thumb. But all through, that was when I was probably, like, 10 or 11. And you can still, I think, even maybe see the fan on my left. But all through, like, my teenage years, there was just, there's a burn scar in the middle of my thumb. So, like, and it was dark, and it sucked because it hurt a lot. And, so, yeah.
The worst fire rank accident I had is when I was lighting one of those multi ones that, you know, shoot up in the air, and the thing fell over when I lit it.
Oh, fuck, no. I've seen that on AFV.
Yeah, no, it's like, suddenly I was storming the beaches of Normandy.
Yeah.
I did not actually get hit, though, so I was safe, but it was still...
No, but it's freaky.
Yeah, it is. Now, let me go block this person here real quick.
But, yeah, there's, It's always interesting working with the guys, thinking about like, how that relates to your skills. And, like I said, I don't really want to be, like, rude or impersonal. Mm-hmm. I don't want to feel like we're up in our ivory tower of creatordom. But, sometimes I just be like, shit, dude, I gotta go. Like, if you keep me here, I will literally be here for 5 hours, and I got shit to do.
Yeah, no, this is one of the... Honestly, this is one of the reasons why I let you take... This is why I will just play around in Final Fantasy, because you will just talk. And talk and talk and talk and talk, and I'm just all like, well, he got something to say, so I'm gonna let him get it all out, otherwise he's just gonna have to come back to it later.
Yeah, and sometimes that's not the greatest thing. Like, I know... I know... It's his birthday, not to shit on Axe, but I know Axe sometimes is like, Omega, you just talk. Like it's hard for me to get a thought in when my thought is, but I'm like, no, you're right. I do like to speak in complete thoughts, and sometimes it takes me a little bit to complete the thought. I like to word out my process a little bit. Mm-hmm. And sometimes, you know, just a non sequitur comes to me. I think I got a little bit better at that at college, because I had to work on my speaking out loud reflexes, because professors don't like to be interrupted. Mm-hmm. Or at least some professors like to be interrupted, and they don't like crosstalk. So, just for your social politeness scale. But, you know, you have... Everybody has different attitudes they wear in different scenarios, talking... Just, you know, you pick up different tasks from different situations. I think I've talked about this. Like, at a time period, my parents were, like... Especially my mother, was a little concerned with how, like, informal I was, and like, not necessarily polite, not saying all please with them, my immediate close family. But really thinking about it, it was just an informality thing. Like, I see those people every day. So I can be perfectly polite, and I am usually quite polite and reserved in like the public. You guys might not you guys don't realize how fucking quiet I can be sometimes. Just because, like I said, Lucky likes to set this up and just, you know, sometimes he'll deliberately pull the ripcord and let me go. But I can be quite reserved in public. And it's just a, you know, different attitudes and different spaces. Is Nightingale on Read Up now? I get a weekly login ticket. No, it's just a Stolfo. I'll wait. But with that gotcha note, we should probably move on to the Blue Archive thing, because we are almost at 4 hours. And I think there were some other points we lost in there about Star Wars, but whatever. We'll remember them later. So we should mention the thing about Blue Archive, I think.
Okay.
So I can leave and go edit this audio and eat an apple.
Fun fact,
we've only got 2.5 hours for the stream.
Yeah. It's funny, though. I know how much Omega liked to talk, so in the time that he was talking, I went and used the bathroom, put the kettle on, and got me a snack, and came back.
Yeah, you got it. It's funny, though. I think you were away for the bit where I talked about how, like you said, you'll just let me talk. You like to pull the ripcord and just let me go sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes, I have been trying to get better about interrupting you when I actually do have something I want to say, but I'm usually not kind of. Anyway, so last thing is about Blue Archive. It seems weird to bring this all the way back here because it feels like a little bit of a reach, but you know what? What the fuck ever. It's the last thing. I guess this is going to get in a little bit about censorship. So, as everyone may or may not know, Blue Archive has been out for a little over a month. The global version is being headed by Nexon of Korea, who in the months leading up to the release, you know, did a variety of streams and whatnot. Ooh, excuse me. And then one of the things that they said on the stream, you know, in front of everybody, was that they were not going to change anything in the game. They were just going to deliver it as is to the people. You know, I was going to think of something else there to say, but I couldn't think of it. Now, fast forward to this week.
You must be careful when making such broad, firm promises.
Yeah, this bit them in the butt a little bit. So this week, we have a release of a new story chapter. It involves Millennium's gamer development school with characters Yuzu, Mamoy, and Midori. Very, very, very cute. I immediately rolled for them, and unfortunately I had to roll even more for them because the gacha rate is fucking weird in Blue Archive. It really fucking is.
Yes, Blue Archive gacha is weird. It's been a little while since I, you know, did a key. Because I've been busy with FG. And also Mars. Space.
So, in the story, there is a scene on which a naked girl is laying on a metal slab. A naked underage girl. I will double down on this. Now,
everybody's in school.
Everyone's in school. Now, they do cover up the nipply bits with her hair, but you can definitely tell that she is naked. You can, if you go to like the Japanese version, because they have a little trailer. I won't pull it up because I don't think you actually need to see the super detail. It's not that important. Well, I don't know. Speaking of the question involved, we might get in trouble with YouTube for that. Yeah. So, actually, maybe not, because that trailer is on fucking YouTube. That shows that says that same CG.
In that case, maybe not. Like, maybe it doesn't alert the algorithm or whatever. It's always about context, though, and YouTube's big thing these days is the pre-screening. Like, I'm always judicious when we do this, by the way. Like, when we do APs, I always make sure to check the lightest violence option, you know, simulated gameplay violence, because we do talk about hypothetical violence sometimes in detail.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly, I just warn people that we cuss a lot, but, you know, occasionally we talk about stuff, and I make sure to let YouTube know I am aware that there are discussions of matters which may be violent or sexual in here. And they're usually like, you're fine.
You're fine. Just
good
talking
boy.
about
Head pats. Head pats, and here's check.
So,
hey, check.
In the original version, you can see an image of this girl, like naked, but you know, coming up the nipply bits, and you know, immediately afterwards, the characters, you know, they dress her and all that crazy stuff, and, you know, moves on from there. It's just one scene that, like, I think it's literally just one screen that you maybe see for like 5 seconds. But in the global version, the version that most people in America are playing, there probably is playing, because that's how people do. This is not the case. Instead of using the original CG, what they've done is zoom in on her face, so you don't see anything basically below the neckline.
Yeah, they punched in.
They punched in.
I have actually seen this comparison, by the way, so I know what we're talking about.
Okay. So, now, people got mad. People got really mad. And unfortunately, I'm kind of on both sides here.
Yeah, once you, if they use the phrase the way you told it to me on the streams, where they said they would be releasing it as it was in the original, like, Korean version. Ooh, no, you guys did it. No, you should not have said it that way. Like, that's their bad, right?
Yeah.
They said a thing, they made a commitment, they should not have made it. They should have known better than to commit that way. Because my understanding of the statement, because obviously people have been agitated about, ooh, censorship, they lied. My understanding about what their reasoning is for why they did the punch-in was that they did this not necessarily for, I guess, full-blown censorship regions. Censorship is a word that gets thrown around a lot, and has some variable meanings. The general idea is the suppression of any part of media based on subject matters that may be against state security, they may be obscene, or they may just be, like, not for general consumption, you know? There's a couple of different versions of the definition. Their argument was that it was not about it necessarily censoring themselves, but that if they left it uncensored, they would have to change the rating of the game in certain jurisdictions.
Yeah, they said they basically had to, like, the president, Next Korean, did write a letter, and they basically did state that it was due to external factors, which basically means that, like shoot, I'm assuming that's probably the Google and Apple.
Yeah. Who, by the way, are usually supposed to be pretty sensitive about adult content.
Yeah. Are said that and they're like, no, that's a naked girl. But it's like, she's not acting. No, she's naked. That's adult stuff. Get that out of here. And they're just like, well, fuck. Because I'm pretty sure their intent was just to deliver it as is and not think anything of it. Because, I'm sorry, people, if you see a naked child and you have weird thoughts about that, get help. Please.
Yeah, I mean, I know there is an argument from some scores for, like, well, why did the artist put it naked? And I'm like, yeah, okay, I get that too. But
like, for story reason, it makes sense. Well, spoiler, she's a robot girl who's been deactivated and is just chilling. This is her first time ever being activated. Why would she ever wear clothes? Like, I get, like, story-wise, it makes sense to me.
I mean, like, if you want to jump through hoops, yes, that can be bad. But sometimes a cigar is just a cigar.
Yeah, it's just...
Spoon is just
a naked girl is just a naked girl. Like, I do feel like there's
we do definitely have a complex over here. I think this is where you're about to go.
Yeah.
We have a little bit of that puritanical complex.
Mm-hmm. It's like, listen, guys, Lucky is completely horny on main. I have no problem admitting this. If I see a woman just walking down the street completely butt-ass naked, minding her own business, I'm going to wonder why she's butt-ass naked, but I'm not going to start vigorously humping the air over it.
Yeah, I'm not, if I was out in public and I saw, like, a streaker, I would not, like... immediately jump to the bone zone. I would be like, what the fuck is happening? My social anxiety. Like, I would be like, what the fuck is happening? Like,
there's other things to worry about the girl being naked. Like, why is the girl here? And whatnot. So, this is why this is one of the reasons why like I said, I'm kind of on everyone's side, because, personally, I don't see a reason why it needed to be censored. It was just a 5-second still of a channel that I think, in the context of the story, makes sense. And, here's the thing. Funny fact, while Blue Archive is...
Well, I don't know if this or not. I just want to say, there's literally a TV trope called naked people are funny. Like, we use nudity as a source of humor in some contexts.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, it's one of them context clues.
Yeah, so, like, funnily enough, Blue Archive, it does have the titty. I will say it's not an overtly sexual game, not like Destiny Child and not Blue Archive. I was about to say that, and Azure Lane.
Oh, it's not nearly as horny as Azure Lane. Azure Lane, which gets talking about censorship, Azure Lane, which gets hornied up in the Japanese market, but also removes references to nuclear weapons in the Japanese market, which the global client is based on the Japanese one, so you get your tits and thighs, but you don't get your nuke trifoils. Always funny what people care about.
So, like, because I want you to take this into context, guys. You're playing Blue Archive is a game where you play an adult in a teaching position with a whole bunch of girls, all of which who are infatuated with you. A bunch of underage girls are infatuated with you, an adult. Please, that's where we're starting. So, to keep it from actually getting weird, it's a very kind of pure and innocent kind of love of, of high levels of respect, like adoration and all that stuff. Like, it's very, like, no, I can't.
There's a lot of affection, but, and I will say this also from what I've seen, because I have tapped the cafe. I have, socialized with girls. Sometimes you just do that in a teacherly capacity. Like I talked about, one of them was in trouble with the robot police, and I went to go bail her the fuck out. Like, it's like, at worst, you would hold hands or pat heads. Like, it's very chaste. It's very, it's very, kids movies, PG-13 stuff.
Yeah, I know. So I'm just like, I'm just personally like, it's on, like, people are making too big a deal out the censorship thing. It makes sense. They have to play with fucking daddy Google and whatnot.
Yes. You guys getting your jimmies rustled because they said they didn't want to change the content of the game and did not do so. But
modest is a good word. Resh used the word modest. I'm like, yes, that's actually a very good word. But also next time in Korea, maybe consider like what the fuck you promise when you actually promise it.
Yeah, no, like I said, I think they totally did a goof in their promise. Like, because they had to change because of external factors they didn't account for, and now they look like asshats. But also, to the other side, I mean, if it was an ultimatum from Google and Apple Play and stuff, would you like the game to get delisted from the App Store or, like, age locked so you have to, like, do all that fucking age restriction? No, you don't want that. You definitely don't want that fucking shit if you're one of those people yelling about censorship. It's the snake eating its own tail situation.
Like, depending on the levels of censorship, I would just say listed on, like, some other thing, like TapTap. Because I play the uncensored Destiny Child on TapTap, but they also still have their basic listing on, their censored listing on Google.
Which is probably what would happen if they ever bring over that global port of Last Origin.
Yeah!
The horniest game.
The horniest game! It's so great. Oh,
he's so much Last Origin porn, guy. So much of it is just directly drawn from the game art because the game is so horny. I still want to check it out because they put so much effort into these designs.
Like, honestly, like I said, it's all big titty women. It's all big titty women and giant robots. It's super fucking great.
Yeah. No, it knows what it's about.
It knows what it's about.
I think the only game we can straight up call hornier, and then only just is one of the Timon and Gacha games, because if you get the uncensored version, that has literal porn in it because it's a fucking AeroJ series. Like, that's the levels we're dealing with here. They win only by virtue of remembering that their main artist does porn CGs.
So,
not to say that some of the costumes and stuff some of the official content I've seen from Last Origin isn't pretty spicy, but still, anyway.
But so honestly, I think everyone just needs to calm the fuck down and just play its course. Like,
that's just a general rule on Twitter. I mean, I have that to give people the tease for the show we're doing tomorrow. I have that feeling about some other internal stuff, like some of the things we need to like roll down on.
Like I said, I'm upset, but I'm not gonna go like burn someone's fucking house down.
You are upset, but I don't believe you ever said the words that you took it as a personal attack. In fact,
No.
I think you told the person who took it as a personal attack, I don't think it's an attack.
Yeah.
Like you're way more emotionally cut up about this than I am, but I am also like I feel a little bothered. I feel a little annoyed, but also it mostly. Once again, when it comes to FGO Arcade, mostly I just have fucking questions.
Well, again, we're gonna talk a big long about it.
I'm sure that will be the bulk of tomorrow's show. Tomorrow. No. Technically, it'll be tomorrow live. We've crossed midnight, so but depending on your time zone, it may or may not be tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Like, actually, you think you can get the episode on the same day, or are gonna still leave it for Sunday?
I mean, we'll see how long we go and how much the turnaround is. I might do a midnight release. I might not. Sometimes the views on those get a little scuffed.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other hand, if I yell about an episode called Tea About Ed Arcade, Lucky is shook. That is my current, in all caps, beta test title of the episode. We'll see if I have to change it based on the stream in a couple hours.
No, another reason why you might have to say Lucky threw money at the problem.
Yeah, we'll see.
But
hey, I appreciate you putting your money where your mouth is.
Oh yeah.
I have other ways, by the way, for people to put their metaphorical money where their mouth is. If you want to hear that strategy, make sure to, if you're a 10 and up patron, you can tune in live. If you're a $1 patron, you can get the audio version as soon as it's done. If you don't want it, like I said, we'll see what I do based on the specialness and how long it takes.
So
but yeah, I think the Blue Archive conclusion is definitely.
Everyone, calm the fuck down.
Calm down. I think both sides have positive and negative points.
And honestly, yeah, that's how I feel about most situation and arguments. It's like there's reasons why everything happens. Knowing it is out specifically to fuck up your day, you specifically.
Yeah. Oh, yes. That's, like, honestly, that should be the more existential crisis, but also should help you calm down a little. Like, everything is systematic and industrial. Nothing is personal these days, unless it is. But, you know, like, if you're getting, like, personally canceled or targeted or whatever, you probably got some other shit going on.
I mean, you'll be trending on Twitter, your name personally.
So, like, everybody should relax a little. It's in the interest of the media machine, speaking of how everything is industrialized and systematic, in the interest of the media machine to make you go fucking nuclear all the time. Literally, that's what the Facebook whistleblower said, was that it was in Facebook's best interest to make everybody be agitated and to show them content that would make them mad so they would post about it. That's right. Not YouTube, but Facebook's internal, Meta, because Zuckerberg is a fucking nerd. Meta's incentive is to show you content that will make you mad so you post more on their website about being angry. Which sounds like a sound marketing strategy.
I mean, it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's working for them. But, like, it's so, like, you gotta relax. I've seen the announcement that you posted about, actually, yes. Apparently they've announced, this is interesting. So the current Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime 7s is coming towards an end. They've blocked out their 2 cores, so it'll probably wrap up this season. They have announced another series, and it looks like they are continuing with Rush Duel, the current alternate style, which is aimed for kids, it looks like. Or at least for younger audiences. It's meant to be more approachable and dynamic than a game with little... You know, it's got 20 years of history. That's interesting, because a lot of people have wondered, where future Yu-Gi-Oh! Stuff is going. Check it out if you are curious, but it's just an announcement, so I will continue to buy Cardboard Crack. My copy of my gold rare of Chamber Dragon Maid finally shipped.
How much did it cost?
I'll admit it, I paid $15. It was probably a high price. I could have let the prices settle, but...
Are these still the first editions, or are these the new ones?
No, this is the new printing that I whiffed when I opened my gold box of Eldorado.
Well, we'll explain tomorrow, but lucky you spent a way more. That's a lot of money. Yeah. So, curious. I don't know. I still think I don't know if I want the first edition Dragon Maid. Those are probably still super expensive. God damn it. I don't know. I
mean, the golds are good. I mean, the price has already fallen about $5. Market price is down about $11.
We'll see.
Like I said, I knew I probably overpaid, but I was like, no, I want to lock it in. I like to spend on me. It's way better than the original version's price, which was fucking $80 for the secret rare. Goddamn, and that's not even like Cardboard Crack problems. That's just the weird Yu-Gi-Oh! Market problems.
Market problems. Economy problems.
Well, yeah, it's just like I've realized that, like, okay. Well, I don't know. Once again, don't want to speak for Lucky. I admit I can be like a shill guy, a hustle, right? Like, I never miss an opportunity to slip in a nod to marketing. Subscribe to us on YouTube, like this video, leave a comment, give us money on Patreon.
Please, money.
I have no problem slipping in. Also, I'm absolutely poleaxed every time when, like, somebody's dropped a fucking red super chat on it.
How dare?
$250 Australian dollars. Thank you, but God, floored. Floor tanked. absolutely bamboozled and shell-shocked. But hustle guys, real hustle guys exist in everything. That is just a personality type, and they are the worst. Whether that's that guy who's, selling PS5s out of a van, or it's the guy with the fucking GPU farm, the literal warehouse room full of GPUs mining crypto, poisoning the environment. Or it's just the guy who's like, I think it's dumb that ghost rares are more frequently printed because, like, ghost rares only exist for, like, people to, like, invest in and as a reward for people who pull back. And I'm like, fuck you. These are cardboard. These are literal cardboard. There's no return on investment. The fact that I can make my money back from buying Yu-Gi-Oh cards is actually obscene. Listen, I appreciate that I can sometimes make this self-funding, but it's dumb. Y'all need to get over yourselves. It's literal cardboard. Cardboard and glitter.
Well, like you said, guys, you don't understand it. His money is fake. All you
currency.
All you guys are is validating other people's desires. That's it.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess if you accept the price and they accept the price, that is the price. That is literally how, like, supply, demand, and all that stuff works. But like, also, my only thought is just don't be fucking pretentious about it, okay? Like, we've talked about this. Sometimes people, like, have a weird complex about justifying their behavior to others. Like, we see this a lot in interactions with the community or with people online, where just, like, they go on this whole snowball thing, and you and me were both like, dude, chill, it's fine. I don't care. You don't have to justify this to me.
They're usually the me. I was like, I wasn't justifying anything. It's like,
Yeah, no. Listen, I understand you want to psychologically unpack this, but I just don't care anymore. But like I said, don't. There's that. At least justifying it to yourself, you're thinking about it. Like, don't be an asshole about it. Don't just go for broke, and don't, as always, don't try to force other people to buy into your bullshit. Like, other people are entitled to their opinions as well. This is when I talk about some of my thoughts and feelings on the thing tomorrow. I will have to couch my words in terms where I'm like, listen, I'm not going to invalidate your feeling. I just think that factually some of your points may be. But we've crossed the 4-hour marks.
I think that's
You're entering old Shamalama Ding Dong.
Yeah, this is one of the new cities, but it's a new city. Everyone's probably fucking seen it. Whatever. It's cool.
Sure. But we have crossed the midnight mark. I need to plug in. I have done a little bit of plugging. And go get a snack, because we got to watch an FGO stream in a couple of hours.
Yeah.
And I have to edit. I have to at least, get the audio editing ball rolling, because once again, talking about distributing my time, if I get away from a task, I will procrastinate a shitload if I don't make sure to do it right away, because I find other stuff to do. So we should wrap up. Speaking of my shillosity. Let's see. You said the Blue Archive thing was the last thing you were thinking on, so is that it? Is there any last-minute revelation?
I don't know. We talked about Endwalker, talked about Blue Archive. We talked about Star Wars, Game Awards.
A lot of it.
We alluded to...
Honestly, I think the other reason why we go so deep on the tabletop is you talked about, like, you like armchair psychology.
I do.
Those kind of things kind of branch together, because... What is tabletop gaming other than armchair psychology for fake people and just glorified improv theater? Honestly,
you can call tabletop RPGs equal parts thought experiments and theater. Yeah.
I have no anime news. You guys got my high level Stone Ocean review last time.
We're still not out of the quarry.
I told you guys earlier I haven't kept up on episodes of Hawkeye, which are releasing once a week on a premium service I pay for. Like, no, I am space, and I am. Last week I was make video, and a little bit earlier this week. Now I am finally having free time to do other stuff. Now I must go watch video to make. Anyway, talked about everything.
Yeah,
I've got everything. I know I cleared out my notepad document, so I think we're pretty good.
Yeah.
A nice solid 4-hour show. Made some money, had some people show up, had some fun, got some views, got some clicks, and we'll see you guys next time. If you happen to be watching this live and you want to join us for that FGO stream thing, join our Discord. Link in the description.
We'll probably be hanging out in the DC somewhere.
Yes. If I don't talk at all through it, it's because I will have lost my ability to speak. No, I'm kidding, but I'm a little dry-throated. Need to get some... Actually, no. I'm just going to eat a juicy apple. I'm going to commit to it. I'm eating that fucking apple. I'm going to be better. You heard it here first. Me and be better. And you can make us better by giving this video a like on YouTube. Feed that algorithm. Let YouTube know you like this and you want to see more of it. You want to see it in your recommended videos like 50 times. If you have any comments, leave them for the comment section down below for us. You can also, like I said, do that Discord thing. That got me a little. The little waiting circle. That was a brief gut check. That was a brief instinctual response. Like if I ever see an hourglass, I'm Huh? You remember the little hourglass icons working? Computers, y'all. But in addition to all that stuff, you can also make sure to subscribe to this channel if you're new. Like I said, we've actually gotten a positive influx of some new subscribers, made some new subs after that Astolfo video. If you're new here, hello.
Hello.
If you want to be new here forever, just tap that little button. You'll get more of us. Also, make sure to ring that bell for notifications so you can always see when we post a new video or we stream. So just when we randomly stream What's Up on a Friday. I have to do a little back math because YouTube doesn't do this for me. But I believe that only about 10% of people have the bell rung. I think it says something like 300-something people, and we have just over 3K subscribers. So those are rookie numbers. Let's pump those numbers. Hit those bells, guys. We don't get anything out of it other than that you guys show up to our videos sooner and faster. It just helps you get notified when a video does the haps. So consider ringing that bell. Get your news and your videos faster. And, of course, like I said at the front of the show, consider supporting us on Patreon. Get access to episodes early. Get access to audio downloads of this podcast and Let's Talk FGO as soon as the episode is done being recorded, whether that's recorded live or to higher level patrons. Higher level patrons can listen live. You can access to videos early, like Wanteds, like our progression series, some other fun things. And it really does help us out. Once again, I would, if you're thinking about that annual membership, which we do annual memberships, consider waiting until January to not get. Well, actually, I don't think they double bill you for annual, but, you know, if you want to start fresh on the new year, consider it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you are doing monthly, we do instant payments, so you can get your benefits right away. So do make sure to check the date. But, yeah, you can support us. It does stuff. All right, well, we'll see you tomorrow, one way or another, for Let's Talk FGO. So I think that is goodbye, everybody.
Bye, everyone. See you later. All right.